handsome liberal. Lots to unpack here. I just want to make sure I got everything on Wi-Fi and all of the devices the way they're supposed to be. Okay, lots to unpack here. So much so I'm just going to go ahead and grab my notes because there's no way I could do this off the dome. First question I want to ask you folks is, do you trust your government? Do you trust your government? And now, when I ask the question of do you trust your government, I'm asking in terms of the government itself. I'm not asking you in regards to whether how you feel about Trump or how you feel about Biden or Kamala Harris or any of them. And this certainly is a question for my beloved MAGA because when I ask you this question, I'm talking about do you trust your government no matter who is at the helm? Whether it's Trump, Biden, Kamala Harris, you name it. The reason why I'm asking that question of do you trust your government, and for you folks that are saying yes, I'm assuming you trusted your government 6 months ago, or did all of a sudden the trust change with the Trump administration? Why am I asking do you trust your government? Fact is, there's a hell of a lot of us that believe anyone in this country that does not have the legal right to be here does not have the right to due process at all. And that we're not going to go too far down that road. You know what we're talking about, but there's a hell of a lot of people that believe if you're in the country without due process, you don't deserve, or better, if you're in the country illegally, rather, you don't deserve due process. So what I'm going to ask is this, because if you don't get due process, do you trust that your government is not going to overstep and perhaps swallow up some innocent people in that process? Do you trust that your government is not going to use that power for evil? And I want to give you, as always, we have clips, but I do want to give you something that I think is worthy of noting here. Because in addition to Trump using the Alien Enemies Act of 1789, which does give him the right to deport enemies of the country. He's deeming these folks as enemies of the country. It gives you the right to deport, to deport someone with little to no fanfare in terms of due process at all. I want you to hear that they're taking it a step further, though. They're taking it a step further beyond the Alien Enemies Act. I want you to hear how much further could they go?
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
One of President Trump's very first executive orders was to designate drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And now CNN's Natasha Bertrand reports for us that the Trump administration is considering labeling some suspected cartels inside the United States as enemy combatants. You heard that term a lot after the 9/11 attacks, enemy combatants. Sources tell CNN that label could strip these individuals of any legal rights. It could theoretically justify potential lethal strikes against them. We've also seen...
Now, what I want to ask you now, obviously, when I ask, do you trust your government, keep in mind, all of this, even if you believe what we're talking about here is justified and is what Trump needs to do to make this great nation safe, we're doing all this on the honor system. I understand that. That's why we keep talking about the word trust. Listen to the key term. Do you trust your government? Because if we use the Alien Enemies Act of 1789, or if Trump gets to start labeling cartel members that are in this country as enemy combatants and strip them of their rights, which once again means no due process or anything like that, we are doing this on the honor system. We are assuming that if the president, the administration tells you that this person is a cartel member or a member of any of the alleged gangs we've been talking about. I'm gonna try not to say the MS gang too much because TikTok doesn't like it, but we're assuming that if they tell you this person belongs to the gang or this person is a member of the cartel, that it is true. Without due process, that's all you get. You get what the administration, what the government tells you, and then they are allowed to act on that. the person that they are accusing gets no say-so in this. That's how due process works. Once again, I want to ask you, do you trust your government? Because this is what you have to do for this to work. You got to assume that this additional power will not be used for anything nefarious, such as against adversaries. Maybe someone has been openly criticizing the Trump administration, causing mayhem. Maybe some chick is coming forward, blaming one of the members of the administration, trying to say something about them, and they don't like it. Remember, once you label this on someone, because they get no due process, you can kind of make them go away. I understand that. You can kind of make them go away. Do you trust your government? So we're going to talk about that. In addition to that, I don't know where to go with this one, but I do want to present this one to you because I think it might be comical if it were not real. Now, you see on the screen behind me, we have a picture of the one and only the late George Floyd and the late Ashley Babbitt. By now, you know who both of those characters are and were. Why are we even bringing up something that's that old like that? Once again, like I said, I wouldn't even go there if this wasn't in the news, but this is somewhat comical.
Trump administration reached a preliminary settlement with the family of Ashley Babbitt. She was one of the rioters at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Babbitt was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer as she tried to climb through a broken window near the Speaker's lobby. Her family said she was unarmed and posed no threat. They sued the government for $30 million. Their lawsuit claimed the officer, Lieutenant Michael Byrd, shot her without warning or knowing who she was. Byrd was on the other side of the doors, protecting members of Congress. He later said he made a split-second decision to stop what he saw as a threat. The Justice Department said Babbitt was inside the Capitol illegally. She had reached a highly secure area after others broke glass panels around the doors. The settlement was confirmed in court, but no details were shared publicly. The trial had been scheduled for June.
So what are we talking about? Here is a tweet that's on the screen. It's labeled breaking, and it's from today. Breaking, the Trump administration confirms it has reached a settlement in principle with the family of Ashley Babbitt, the January 6th rioter who was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer while trying to enter the House chamber. The family of Ashley Babbitt is about to get paid. Now, the lawsuit, as you heard them state, was for $30 million. We don't know what the settlement amount is, but $30 million is what the family of Ashley Babbitt was suing the federal government for.
Brand new reporting on the insurrection at the Capitol and the killing of alleged Capitol rioter Ashley Babbitt. Her family has hired an attorney from Prince George's County to bring a multi-million-dollar wrongful death lawsuit against the U.S. Capitol Police Department. And now that attorney is speaking with us. Here's Chief Investigative Reporter Eric Flack.
It was a day of chaos, confusion, and violence as rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol January 6th. Through it all, a single gunshot was fired. That bullet killed 35-year-old Air Force veteran Ashley Babbitt. According to the Department of Justice, Babbitt had traveled from California to D.C. to protest the 2020 presidential election results and was among a mob of people that entered.
I just want to interrupt. She traveled all that way to die. She traveled all the way from California to D.C. to only end up on the floor dying. Wow.
A mob of people that entered the Capitol building and tried to force their way into the Speaker's lobby.
Was Ashley Babbitt murdered in the eyes of her family?
In the eyes of her family, of course she was. I mean, there was just no legal justification to take her life.
Last month, the DOJ cleared the unidentified Capitol police officer who shot Babbitt, finding there was not enough evidence to support a criminal prosecution or that the officer willfully used force that was constitutionally unreasonable. But Terry Roberts, who specializes in police misconduct and civil rights litigation, says the Babbitt family now plans to file a multi-million-dollar wrongful death lawsuit against the Capitol Police Department, alleging the Capitol...
Now, obviously, I just want you to hear hear how this framed up, because this video here is obviously right after it happened, but as you heard on the previous video, they have won, or at least I won't say, well, they won. They did get some money. We don't know how much it is because that number hasn't been released, at least that I don't have it. But they have reached a settlement with the federal government. So U.S. taxpayers, me included, we're going to be footing the bill for Ashley Babbitt's actions to her family. So I do want to hear from you folks. How many of you guys in the audience, by way of yes or no, how many of you folks think that Ashley Babbitt's family had a legitimate case, whereas she was a victim of a wrongful death? How many of you folks believe that, by way of yes or no, she was a victim of a wrongful shooting? In the comments, state yes or no. Do you think that she was a victim of an unjust shooting? Wow, my TikTok audience is saying no, and my there's some on YouTube that are saying yes. Well, regardless of how you may feel about it, I see in the comments Chris says, hell no. Regardless of how you may feel about it, you're all going to foot the bill, at least in part, by way of federal tax dollars. Who knows how much she got or her family is going to get, but $30 million is what they sued the federal government for. That's now remember that, keep in mind, you ever heard of the phrase, my son didn't do nothing, N-U-F-F-I-N? You hear it anytime an African American generally is, committing a crime and the police takes his life. And you see in the comments on a lot of videos, my son didn't do nothing, N-U-F-F-I-N. Same folks who often suggest that if you only comply with the law, believe that Ashley Babbitt was a wrongful shooting, even though she clearly was not in compliance when it happened. But they're trying to say, well, look, she was a small, petite woman. She wasn't armed. I mean, there's a host of reasons they're coming up with, even though my son didn't do nothing features people getting shot that are unarmed all the damn time. I don't know. But I want to give you, before we go to the next one, we're going to start taking callers shortly. By the way, if you're on TikTok, I definitely need you to tap the screen. The numbers are low because of last time we talked about the MS gang so much. The TikTok app didn't like it. So I'm going to need you to tap the screen if you're on TikTok to get up the algorithm. So show your boy some love. Get the likes up to about 10,000. We'll start out there. But last but not least, I'm going to give you a riddle. I'm going to give you a riddle. And we'll play it by ear. Obviously, there are no wrong answers to this, but I'm going to give you a riddle. What does Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, appreciate that, real talk. Thank you for that galaxy, real talk. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for your support. It helps out a lot. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Pete Hegseth, Secretary, what do these men have in common? Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, undocumented, some might even say illegal immigrant Kilmar Abrego Garcia, real talk. And last but not least, in addition to Pete Hegseth, Brett Kavanaugh, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, we're going to throw in the Commander-in-Chief. What do all of these men have in common? I want you to, of course, we come with receipts, we come with clips. I'm going to play the first one, and I think it'll answer the question. But nevertheless, we'll start out with the one and only Pete Hegseth. If I can get my clip queued up.
Tonight, growing controversy surrounding Donald Trump's pick to lead the Defense Department. Pete Hegseth accused of routinely mistreating women for years by his own mother. In a 2018 email to her son obtained by the New York Times, Penelope Hegseth wrote, "On behalf of all the women, and I know it's many, you have abused in some way, I say get some help and take an honest look at yourself." Penelope told the New York Times on Friday that her statements in the email were not true, and she sent it out of anger and emotion.
Now, she said she originally accused this man of assaulting and mistreating women, and then she's backtracked on that. That's against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Does it sound familiar? Is there another case in the news where a woman accused a man that's in the news of some type of abuse, and then backtracked on her statement? Does it sound familiar? Now that's Pete Hegseth. Obviously, we're going to continue on. Like I said, all of these men apparently have something in common.
Of 8 accusers publicly came forward Wednesday night of this week. Mindy McGilvery was one of them. For her, it was the presidential debate in St. Louis that prompted her to speak out. McGilvery couldn't believe what she had just heard.
We hear Anderson Cooper ask him like a number of times, is this something that you did? Did you grope women? Did you kiss them? And he just adamantly says no. I jumped off of my couch and I was like, you're a liar. That's amazing.
Summer Zervos once appeared as a contestant on Trump's reality show, The Apprentice. After she was kicked off the show, Zervos was in talks with Trump about working for his company. He asked to meet her at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
He came to me and started kissing me open-mouthed as he was pulling me towards him. I tried to push him away. I pushed his chest to put space between us.
Now, I'm not going to go over her entire claim, but you notice on the screen there, 8 women came forward. That's in regards to our current commander-in-chief, President Trump. But once again, I ask you, what do all these people have in common?
So new today, now a third woman is coming forward accusing Judge Brett Kavanaugh of sexual abuse. This time, this woman is saying he was at a party at a home where she was unconscious, where she saw a woman who was unconscious being taken advantage of. The latest accusation coming one day before the first accuser is set to testify on Capitol Hill. ABC's
Now that's 3 against Brett Kavanaugh. What do these men have in common? Obviously, in addition to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, all of these men have a past where a woman has accused them of violently abusing them. I'm going to ask you this question flat out. Once again, no wrong answer. Why is one of these men being treated as if his accusation is 100% fact and all the other ones are mere accusations that should not be trusted? What is the difference making one of these individuals worthy of being viewed as guilty while all the rest of them are being viewed as innocent? We're talking about Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, undocumented illegal alien Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and of course the Commander-in-Chief President Trump. Why is only one of these guys being accused? Remember, none of these men have been convicted. None of them. None of them have been charged. None of them. But one of them is being assumed guilty, all the rest innocent. Can someone explain what's the difference? Now, in the comments, Ronald asked a good question. Ronald Henderson said, who cares about the past? Well, we have to bring up the past because President Trump was just talking about the charges on Kilmar Abrego Garcia a few days ago. So your question, who cares about the past? Our president does. What is it about all of these men that make one guy guilty and all the rest of them innocent? So we're going to talk about that. I see in the comments, Happy 2024 says all of them are white. Damn, is that what it is? Is it a skin color thing? I see a whole bunch of you folks are suggesting this because he's white. Wow, the race argument is played out in 2025, Tim. You think, I didn't say shit about race. I didn't say nothing about race. For you to bring up the race argument, Pablo Nicelli, and I consider you a friend of the program, thank you for your support, but for you to bring up race means it was on your mind. I'm just simply asking, out of all 4 of these men, why is only one being viewed as guilty and all the rest of them being viewed as innocent? You brought up race. I didn't. Maybe you assumed it was going there, but damn it, you took it there. So we're going to talk about all of this, all accused of sexual assault. I don't believe Kilmar was accused of that, was he? I believe he was accused of beating on his spouse. I don't think he was accused of sexual assault. But as I stated, why is only one of these men, despite none of them having charges, being viewed as guilty and all the rest of them are innocent? I want you guys to let me know because I am pleading ignorance. So we'll go straight to the comment section and then on to the box. Tap the screen. Get me on up to about 20,000. It seems to be working a little bit on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button, and certainly on Instagram as well. You know how the program is ran. I have to give the monologue. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are always have been, always will be MAGA friendly. That's how the program is ran. Despite any political opinions you hear here, we are MAGA friendly. You don't have to agree with the host or anybody else on the damn program. You can be critical of anyone on the program, including yours truly. Nevertheless, we do challenge. We do challenge. So if your opinion is differing to other members of the audience or whatever, you may be challenged on your opinion, but damn it, you have a right to it, and we will always defend it as long as the show exists. So looking in the comments right off the bat, Emo Super Majin Boo says Trump ain't shit. Now she needs every, wait a minute, since Trump ain't shit, she needs every gold nugget there is for the wrongful death of killed, okay, I'm kind of losing your writing here. Here for the wrongful death of killed dig for that treasure. So you're saying that, are you suggesting that the family of Ashley Babbitt are gold diggers? I don't correct what you're saying there, Major Boo. You says Trump ain't shit. She needs every gold nugget there is for wrongful death of killed dig for that treasure. You got to explain that with a little bit more. I'm kind of, I wish I could have got it the first time, but I'm kind of reading that one difficult. Ashley Babbitt, don't know her last name, but she deserves the Trump administration. Needs to dig in there and pay for stuff. Okay, so I get what you're saying. What you're basically saying is, no, Ashley Babbitt is suing us. She's not suing the Trump administration. She is suing on behalf of being wrongfully. She's not, and I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is she was out there defending President Trump. Trump put her on the lam, and he should have to personally pay for her death. Well, that's not what's happening. She's suing the federal government, and Trump is going to agree with the family, believing that her life was needlessly taken, and he's on her side. And he's going to use the taxpayer money to satisfy the settlement of her family. I get what you're saying now. That makes a little bit more sense. Let me go straight to the box. They bring up race to deflect from reality, says Real Talk. Well, I'm just simply asking, why are those men being treated so different? We'll go to the one and only MAGA Reacts. MAGA always has an interesting opinion on this. So we'll start out straight with that question. MAGA Reacts. Why is it out of Kavanaugh, Trump, Pete Hegseth, and Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the illegal immigrant, with all of these men being accused of doing something violent to a woman, why is it that only one is being deemed as guilty and all the rest are being viewed as innocent?
And Garcia, most of that stuff is just accusation. With Pete and Garcia, there's actual, what's it called? There was actual police record of it, as far as I know. I know Pete, his accuser, they had an investigation into it, and they found him innocent.
Yeah, they did an investigation. They did an investigation into whether Trump assaulted E. Jean Carroll. All of these women eventually had law enforcement write down what they accused them of.
No, that was a civil case. That was not an investigation. That was nothing criminal whatsoever. It was 30 years later. It was out of statute of limitation. It was a civil case and had nothing to do with a police investigation.
So what you're saying is...
What happened with Eugene Carroll? She has no idea what date happened. There's no witnesses. There's nothing. You just heard word.
There's no witnesses against Kilmar Abrego Garcia either. It's just the word of the wife.
Well, that's his wife. That's different than a complete stranger coming out of nowhere and accusing Trump as he become famous. This is his wife that he's married to right now.
So you're saying it makes a big
police report? I thought there was a police report.
Well, wait. So you're talking about a complete stranger. So does it make a bigger difference because the wife was somebody that knew him closely?
Yeah, because this is someone in his life, someone that we could trust their word.
Okay, hold on. I want
this person becoming famous.
Let's stick with that thought. I want you to hear this and give me your opinion.
Tonight, growing controversy surrounding Donald Trump's pick to lead the Defense Department. Pete Hegseth accused of routinely mistreating women for years by his own mother.
What do you think about that?
That could mean anything. speeding
What? What? Okay.
But, you know, that can mean that he's just a fucking player. What does that mean?
Wait a minute. So the wife's opinion matters because she is married to him, but his own mom don't matter. It could be.
Also, real quick, did you watch that video they released? Car with 7 people human trafficking, according to them.
Hold on, I'm still laughing. Wait a minute. What did you ask me?
Did you watch that video that Fox News released the other day? It's like Garcia in a big SUV with like 7 immigrants, illegal immigrants. Supposedly he was human trafficking, and these cops wanted to arrest him, but the Biden FBI called the cops and they made him.
Yes. Yes, you're killing me. But yeah, I did see that video. In fact, the cops are asking him, you know, did you put more seats in the car? It's not a crime to add an extra row of seats to your vehicle, is it?
No, it's suspicious for him to be just traveling across country with 7 people like that.
That's it?
From Maryland, they were coming up from Houston.
That's it.
Just helping the what's it called? The illegal migrant underground railroad, I guess.
Are we just making shit up to get this guy killed? I mean, is it suspicious that 8 women came forward and accused Trump of raping them? I mean, is that suspicious? If we want to go with what's suspicious.
Oh, but this is on video. This is on video of this guy in a car with 7 illegal immigrants. Don't speak a word of English. He barely speaks English. And they're going from Houston to Maryland.
Bro, wait a minute. You said he was in a car with 7.
Just let him go because the feds told him to.
You're telling me there's actual proof that the other people in the car were illegal immigrants?
They look like illegal.
That ain't what I asked you.
I haven't watched the whole episode, to be honest with you. I'll watch it again to see if they check their IDs or not.
Okay, so in other words, he was riding around with 7 people. And that's it. And do you realize how
Across country with 7 people.
Okay.
This is riding around Maryland. This is going from Houston to Maryland.
I mean,
no luggage, no nothing. Just him and 7 people traveling across country.
Is that a crime?
I don't know. I don't know if they check their IDs or not to see if they're legal or not. The part that bothers me is the part where supposedly the feds called the cops and told them to let him go.
You know something? To be honest with you, MAGA, I don't think they could even do anything. I mean, if I'm in the car, let's say there's 7 white women in the car with me. They don't have, even if it looks suspicious as hell, but maybe I'm just about to have a really good time, Dennis Rodman style. But even if it looks suspicious, you don't have a legal right to start making all these accusations and demanding IDs and shit like that. He was speeding. That's what they pulled over Albrego Garcia for, speeding. You don't have any right to do anything more than offer that guy a speeding ticket. That's it. All the rest of this stuff that you're fabricating because it doesn't look right and all this other shit, that goes nowhere.
You get caught speeding, that opens you up to be caught for other things. If you get caught speeding and you're found with an illegal gun, you're gonna get arrested. If you're found with illegal people in your car and you're coyoting them across the country.
Yeah, but if you get caught speeding,
these people, I'm sure they would have arrested him.
Yeah, but if you get caught speeding, you can't just make this leap to, well, the people in your car look like they're Hispanic, so we're going to automatically assume you're human trafficking. You can't just leap all over the place like this. That's what you're doing. It's like you pull somebody over and they got a few bucks on them. Well, I'm going to assume you're a drug dealer and this is where the money can. You can't just leapfrog like that. That's how innocent people get burned.
No justice system at all, because that's usually what happens, and that goes for anything.
And that goes,
including what you just said. The example you just said happens all the time. People get pulled over. They have a large amount of cash. The cops will take the cash and be like, "Hey, you have to come to court with proof of how you got this cash."
You know, you raise an interesting point because I started the live off by asking a question: do you trust your government? And what you're talking about is clearly the government doing things that should make you view them as untrustworthy, where they're just automatically making these assumptions and leapfrogging into the world of, Class A felonies. This guy just was speeding. And we're all the way up to human trafficking and stuff. Boy, you got too many people in the car. You got too many seats in the car. So we just automatically assume all this other awful stuff is going on when in reality, he's just speeding.
Listen, if everybody went by your standards, how would they ever catch any human traffickers in Texas? This is how they catch them. They find a guy with 7 illegal occupants in his car, and they interview them and they arrest them.
I understand the point you're going with, but I mean, the fact is, don't give people rights if you're okay with it being taken away. In other words, you don't have a right to just start seizing people's shit or just making all these assumptions and acting on it. I mean, no different than if I find that you got multiple weapons in your car, do I automatically get to assume that you are trafficking in weapons? Would you want that to happen? Somebody who likes to go hunting, maybe they got 2 or 3 rifles in the car?
No, but the speeding is the probable cause. Once you have probable cause to pull someone over, it's fair game if it leads to other crimes. It's only when you pull somebody over without probable cause, that's where we have problems. But they have problems. You said yourself, he was speeding, they had probable cause to pull him over. They didn't pull him over because they had 8 people in the car. They could pull him over for speeding, and then they found 8 people in the car.
Yeah, but even when you pull them over with multiple people in the car, if everybody in the car says we would rather not talk to you, and the driver said I would rather not discuss them with you, here's my license, give me the ticket, the cops don't have any right to go beyond that. There's no probable cause on any of this. You just got too many people in your car. That's not a crime. You have no right to move on that at all.
I don't know. I don't know all the probable cause rules, so I'm not gonna keep arguing with you on this because we'll go on at it.
So what would you prefer? Would you prefer if the cops think that let's say for instance I'm riding around in a car with 6 or 7 black dudes and they think that we're all drug dealers. Do you believe the cops should have the right to start going through all of their criminal history and demanding IDs from them?
Well, usually they do that. If you get pulled over for speeding, then they'll use that to check your IDs and see, who everybody in the car is. Make sure nobody's getting kidnapped or anything like that. It's actually a very standard practice because you don't know, one of those people could be getting kidnapped.
I'm under the impression that if you're a passenger in a car and it's for a speeding stop, they don't have the right to force you as a passenger to provide information to them. They don't have the right to do that. If you say, I don't have anything to do with the driving of this car, I don't want nothing to do with this, I'd rather just sit here until you're done writing a ticket, they don't have any right to start messing with you.
Like I said, I don't know the probable cause rules, but from experience, from what I've seen, especially in personal experience and experience on watching YouTube videos of other people getting pulled over, like actual getting pulled over, not TV, they always check the everyone's ID.
Yeah, they do, because the police either overstep their rights or the citizens just give their rights away and start talking. But legally, if you're a passenger in a car and the police pull over the car, you don't have to provide any information to the driver at all. They have no right to question you as a passenger if it's a speeding stop.
I got you. I don't know if that's the same thing in every state or every state's different. That's the other thing. Every state's different, so you never know what the probable cause rules in Florida versus Tennessee versus Texas.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that I don't know any state that allows you to do it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm under the impression if you have nothing to do with why the car is being stopped, they have no right to demand you prove who you are. You don't have I'm not suspected of a crime or anything. You're after the driver for a moving violation. Why are you trying to run a background check on me as a passenger? They don't have a right to do that.
To have 7 people in a car traveling across country with no luggage. If you had work...
It's a speeding trip. Why the hell are you on luggage?
What do you mean? If you have where you need luggage to work out of. You need tools and luggage and all kinds of shit to do your job.
Okay, how do you know they don't have luggage, though?
What do you mean? It's a SUV. They have windows. They can see that there's no luggage, and there's 7 of them. There's no luggage on top. 7 people's worth of luggage take up a lot of space.
How do you know they're driving across country?
He said it. He said he was going from Houston. He says it in the video. I'm going from Houston to Maryland.
And how do you know they don't have clothing or whatever the hell they need at the destination, or that they have enough money to buy it when they get there?
I guess it's just, again, that's what probable cause is. It's just it just gives you enough to start the investigation, to ask the questions. Then they have to answer them. But
I mean, I get all of what you're saying, but I get all of what you're saying there. But the idea that Trump is going around and MAGA is going around suggesting that this guy is a human trafficker based on the conversation that you and I are having, that's insane. I mean, that is insane.
In general, people traveling like that, they're either transporting drugs or doing something like illegal. It doesn't sound kosher to me.
Okay.
People that just don't travel across country like that.
Fair enough. It looks suspicious. Fair enough. It looks suspicious. It doesn't sound kosher, as you put it. But to have the president on TV making a leap from something that looks suspicious to actually saying you did it?
It is not just one thing. It's a combination of many things that's hurting this guy. And again, it's not like he's in jail for beating up his wife or transporting 7 people across country. He got deported from a country he had no right to be in. And the other thing that bothers me, the most about Garcia, he's been married to an American citizen since 2019. That's almost 6 years to get your citizenship.
He's been trying. He's in the court. He's in the court, MAGA. He has actually been trying. They denied him his asylum claim.
Asylum, but as being married to being married to an American citizen, it's a different form, it's a different procedure. You don't apply for asylum after you marry someone. You apply for asylum when you don't have someone to marry.
Yeah.
If you're married to someone, it's just them asking a relative to become a green card holder, and it's a different form, a different procedure. But it doesn't look like he tried to do any of that.
Yeah. I don't know the man's case. I'm just going to say this. It looks clear that they had the right to deport him. It's just how he was deported. And the notion that you're going to pay for him to go to a maximum security prison makes no damn sense at all. Do you believe he belonged in a maximum security prison?
No. He should have been just deported and that's it.
Okay. Well, we paid for him to be sent there.
I mean, we always pay for people to get deported in prison.
No, I didn't say deported. You don't pay $20,000 to send somebody back to their own home country. We pay for him to be incarcerated.
Yeah, I think that was a step too far. I think that's where Trump messed up.
Yeah.
He should just have
He probably messed up with all the other crime. I gotta move on, but in my opinion, he messed up when he accused the guy of beating his wife, when he accused the guy of human trafficking. You don't want people to accuse Trump of all of the shit they say about him based on accusations, but that's exactly what he's doing on TV. I'll give you the last word. I gotta move it on.
It's all fair game on both sides, and this guy, everyone's defending him that he's not MS-13 or whatever, but he's making it very hard. Like tattoos, the way he.
Why not just deport him? Why not just deport him? Why make up all this other shit? If he is fair game to be deported. You had a judge say he could be deported, just not to El Salvador. Why not just why make up that this guy is some violent member or, why just not do what you had the right to do? Because at the end of the day, that's all you really wanted to do was get him out of the country. Why not just do that? Why make up that he's some kind of monster?
You know what I think? I think they wanted to just deport him, and it's El Salvador. Like, if he was in El Salvador as is, he would have been in that jail too. Because they arrested anyone who they suspected of being MS-13. So I think El Salvador has more to do with him being in jail than we do. Because they jailed all their MS-13 suspects.
He's been in America. He's been in America since he was 16. So he left El Salvador as a juvenile. He's now in his 30s. He has no business going back to El Salvador and automatically being thrown in the gang. You don't know what he's been doing the last 14 years in America. Why would you lock him up?
Well, that's what El Salvador does. That's what they did. They had a huge murder problem, so they have a very sensitive trigger when it comes to anyone who might be MS.
Which is exactly why the judge said do not send him back there. Because they're going to throw him in prison without giving him any due process.
That's where I draw the line. He said not to send him back because he was afraid of MS-13 hurting him. Not because of the government. The government, you know, all that shit is recent. It wasn't.
I don't listen. The guy left the country 14. The guy left the country 14 years ago. There's no reason in hell why they should. The minute he comes back home, throw him in maximum security. He has no criminal history in your. Why is he in prison in your country? He hasn't done anything wrong in your country. He hasn't been there for almost a decade and a half, and you welcome him home with a maximum security prison sentence, with basically indefinite.
Problem, and they decided to be better safe than sorry.
Right.
Better give these people due process and jail them than have to deal with the current crime that they were dealing with.
And we're on TV sitting.
I mean, I'm sure even there the pendulum will swing back, and all these people will eventually get released once, you know.
Yeah. And we're on TV sitting right next to the guy celebrating. Trump is smiling with the guy like that's a good thing. You're going to throw this guy in prison that hasn't been in the country in 14 years, has no criminal history, and we're on TV saying we're going to gladly pay you to do it. How does that make us look?
I bet they've done a lot worse than this.
That ain't what I asked you. How does that make us look?
Hey, we just deported him.
That ain't what I'm asking you. You didn't just deport him. You're paying for him to be incarcerated.
I don't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Are we, or is El Salvador insisting that he stay incarcerated because they don't want to release him?
$20,000 per 20,000. I gotta move it on, but I gotta move it on. But the number is 20,000 per inmate. They actually have released the number, so the answer is yes. We are paying for them to be incarcerated.
Okay.
All right. Moving on with the program. Looking in the comments, some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. What are you guys saying in the comments? Damn. Tap the screen. To me, it's draconian. Look, at the end of the day, my last caller is right. We don't have anything to do with how El Salvador treats its people. That's a fact. But you don't knowingly send a person to an environment where you know they're going to be treated inhumanely. We knew ahead of time anybody we send there is going straight to prison, whether they got criminal history or not. And then we invite the guy who is sending them to prison, who is treating them inhumanely, to our country, and we're on TV smiling with the guy. I don't see how that doesn't make us look like a piece of shit. I don't get it. It's no different than if we had the leader of Hamas invited to America and was sitting in the White House with him. What this guy is doing in the name of safety is inhumane. There's a whole lot of innocent people being caught up in what he's doing. We shouldn't be co-sponsoring that. Looking in the comments, though, I'm over the cruelty. Yeah, I don't see any other way to refer to that any way other than that for it to be cruelty. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 20,000. My last caller didn't quite give me a clear-cut answer on why is Kilmar Brego Garcia, with his accusations, being treated differently than Hegseth, Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, and President Trump? Did you hear? He made me laugh because he said that Abrego's wife said that he assaulted her. So, well, that's somebody who knows him intimately. But then when I played Hegseth's mom saying the same thing about Pete Hegseth, well, his whole tune changed. It was very comical. Anyway, let me go back to the box. The wife's opinion matters. The mom's does not. That's different. I've never heard that, but I thought it was kind of funny. Looking in the comments, I want to respond. I'm still laughing from that. KO Surge says, Shiloh Hendricks called black kid an N-word. Now she is rich. You know, I heard that story's been making the rounds. We're not here to talk about it today, but I did hear about that. Shiloh Hendricks called a black, and now, well, you know, money works in mysterious ways. Babbitt family should pay the government, says Sean Herbert. I don't think the family of Ashley Babbitt owes the government anything, but I don't tend to think that Ashley Babbitt should be able to recoup anything for what happened to her. She was in the midst of committing a felony when she lost her life. So we'll see what happens. Mom is here saying wife. God. Looking in the comments, Trump's wife, Ivana, accused of, I think it's Ivanka, accused him of sexual assault, says Dennis Calhoun. Yeah, there's a lot of women that accuse Trump of that. I got 8 on my screen, but there are more. And oddly enough, when Hillary Clinton was running for office, Trump flew the accusers of Bill Clinton to the Democratic National Convention and sat him in the front row. So, I mean, it's crazy, but yeah, you know, Trump takes accusations against others seriously and says the ones that against him are wrong. But it is what it is. This is the 8th there. Jessica Leeds, Rachel Crooks, Mindy McGilvery, Natasha Stovanoff. There's two. Why are there 2 of them? That's interesting. Summer Reservos, Christian Anderson. Now, E. Jean Carroll is not even on this list. And of course, you said Ivanka, none of them are even, it was more than 8, but those are the ones that accuse Trump. Will G says MAGA ain't shit. I'm looking at the comments real quick. What about Abrego's wife asking for protection? Well, I mean, that happened. That absolutely happened. But then again, that means you got to bring up the fact that the women that accused Kavanaugh, Hegseth, and Trump at some point asked for protection. All of them did too. I mean, they all were receiving death threats as well. That's why I'm asking, out of those 4 men, why is only 1 being assumed as guilty and all the rest of them being assumed as innocent? Make sense to me. No license, no arrest. And that's another one, Yoshi, in regards to Abrego, is that all this stuff is accusations and the Trump administration is saying he's guilty of all this stuff, when in reality, he wasn't even charged, let alone convicted. He wasn't even charged with any of this stuff. The wrongful accusation and false pretense come back like zombies. The person that said who cares about the past needs to learn about Jim Crow. I like that, Will, but like I said, even people say who cares about the past until they can use the past to their benefit. Because we're all over Kilmar Abrego Garcia's past, but if you bring up Hegseth, Kavanaugh, or Trump's past, then who cares about it? At the point, it's safe to say MAGA wants to bring in the RoboCop Judge Dredd movie culture. By the way, I'm asking a question before we go to the next caller. Do you trust your government? Because in addition to this particular subject, we're also talking about the fact that Trump wants to now deem members of the cartel that are in this country, as
terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
One of President Trump's very first executive orders was to designate drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And now CNN's Natasha Bertrand reports for us that the Trump administration is considering labeling some suspected cartels inside the United States as enemy combatants. You heard that term a lot after the 9/11 attacks, enemy combatants. Sources tell CNN that label could strip these individuals of any legal rights. It could theoretically justify potential lethal strikes against them. We've also seen the president pressure the Mexican.
Now, I'm bringing this up when I say, do you trust your government? Because if the Trump administration labels you as a cartel member or an enemy combatant or an illegal immigrant, because remember, the right MAGA side is saying that even illegal immigrants do not deserve due process. When I ask you, do you trust your government? Fact is, once the Trump administration affixes one of these labels on you, that you're a member of the MS-13 group. I'm just going to say MS-13. You know what I'm talking about. Same with Trend Day. You know what I'm talking about. Or cartel. Once the Trump administration labels that on you, it gives them all sorts of additional powers to do things against you, and you get no due process, remember? So even if the label they affix to you is wrong, you don't get your day in court to try to get it off of you. They can affix that label to you and then start taking criminal adverse action against you, and you may never be seen or heard from again. So I'm asking that question, do you trust your government? Because this is a lot of power to put in their hands, and it's really on the honor system. If they say you or I or anyone else you know is working with the cartel, and keep in mind, a lot of Americans work with the cartel. It's not just illegal immigrants. A lot of Americans get paid by the cartel. So if you can deem members of the cartel as enemy combatants, that means Americans can now fall in this category. And without due process, you're kind of done. if they suggest that you are, like my last caller was talking about 7 people in a car, that means you're potentially running narcotics. If they affix that label that these are cartel members in this vehicle, you may never see or hear from any of them again. Do you trust your government? Do you trust that your government, given that kind of power based on the honor system, will use it appropriately? Simple as that. It's as simple as that. So going back to the comments, MAGA reacts ain't shit. Wow. First time I ever seen another individual targeted with that comment. But Evil Super Major Boo says MAGA reacts ain't shit. Damn. Live in denial once again. Says you're living in denial, MAGA reacts. Saying, wow, buku lolly dolly stuff. She's married or that's her boyfriend. Is domestic violence. Relationship, she was crying. TV, look at her tears. Reports, damn MAGA ignorance. I think MAGA reacts, I think he was really listening in on you. You were spinning, MAGA reacts. I know you're listening. You were spinning. you were denying that this guy may actually be innocent of that shit. So, but that was funny though. Will G says, RoboCop Judge Dredd on Jim Crow setting. That's frightening. That is frightening. Do you trust your government? If you give them all this additional power that they're going to do what's right by the people and not use it for some nefarious purpose. Maybe you're protesting against Trump. Maybe you're speaking out in favor of some of the folks that are accusing him of sexual assault or something like that. And the administration would just rather you go away. So to stop you from doing what you're doing, maybe just deem your son as a member of the cartel. And you haven't heard from your son for 2 or 3 weeks, give you a call. You sure that our president assaulted you? Your son is over here in Louisiana in an underground cell. He says it never happened. And he would like to come home. Are you sure that this person was assaulted by the president? Let us know if you would rethink it. We'll go ahead and kindly send you some paperwork with the presidential stationery on. You can fill it out if you would like to retract your statement, and we'll do that expeditiously for you. By the way, there will be a notary sitting outside. Let us know. Your son says hello. Anyway, looking in the comments, Obama killed the American citizen silence. What do you mean by that, Yoshi? America killed American citizens silence. I don't explain that. Explain what you mean by that. Anyway, going back to the box. Do you trust your government? Do you trust that your government will use this information and not use it in some sort of nefarious way? Miss Mo Better, good evening.
Happy Friday, Tim.
Hey, let me ask you right off the bat, you specifically, do you trust your government?
To a certain extent, no. You can't, because you see the evidence that's happening as to what levels they'll go to satisfy their agenda.
Explain. What do you mean?
Look at how jobs were being cut in the name of so-called waste, fraud, and abuse, which was all false. And then when they read those numbers back to them in Congress, when they were reading those numbers back to the amount of bonuses they were getting, the amount they were spending on cars, and just on the amount of money they were spending on lawyers, and how can you trust that? Not, especially this current administration, you cannot trust them. They are not to be trusted. They are selling out their own people in the name of satisfying Project 2025.
But what about the notion that at least the Trump administration, by way of Elon and Doge, stepped in and found a hell of a lot of waste in the federal government that, say, the Biden administration never was going to do?
You ask that question one more time? I'm sorry.
Under the Trump administration, via Doge and Elon Musk, they have found allegedly billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse, whether it's woke policies, whether it is donate money overseas, whether it is, the Ukraine war, an endless, bottomless pit where our equipment and money was going. What about the notion that under the Trump administration, they have saved us a fortune that would not have happened under Biden or Kamala Harris? In other words, do you trust your government? Whereas he's doing something that a lot of people favor in terms of saving waste, fraud, and abuse that Biden wasn't going to do.
Yeah, because Biden, his administration wasn't going after their people. Now, if it was waste, fraud, and abuse, find it and put it forth. But that's not what they're finding, Tim. You're kind of giving them a little credit that they don't deserve. The money that they're finding, allegedly, like we said, allegedly finding a waste, fraud, and abuse is costing people their livelihoods. So I don't buy into that. You have to prove me otherwise, because it hasn't been proven that it was really waste, fraud, and abuse, and they won't even bring Elon forward to testify as to where and how it's found and what they're doing with the money.
Well,
you got to show me some receipts.
Well, it's still early in the game, but they're claiming that some of these federal workers were not even showing up to work, or almost like ghost payrollers. Some of these folks, their productivity was so low that we just didn't need them. This is what they're saying.
Again, that's alleged, because they still have yet to even prove it. All they did was, we're going to cut the jobs, and regardless of what happens after happens. So now it's Trump and his peoples they're even disregarding federal judges. They're locking them up and doing all kinds of shit, claiming that they're harboring
well, what we did,
which is not true.
In defense of Trump, the two judges, the one in New Mexico and the one in Milwaukee, they both did apparently, they were acting outside of the law, if you ask me, in both cases.
The judges were? No.
Yeah, the ones who got arrested.
They were, you know why? Because you know why they did what they did? Because they went in there without proper paperwork. There are steps, there's levels and steps to this stuff here. ICE just can't roll up in a federal judge and a federal court claiming that person. Now, once that person steps outside of that court, what ICE do is their business.
But it's more than that. Ms. Mobetta, it's more than that. They're telling you that the judge in Milwaukee didn't want ICE in her courtroom to disrupt things. But fact is, they got her on record telling the immigrant, in addition to helping escort him out the back of the courtroom so that they wouldn't catch up with him, she also told him to delete his social media pages and things like that, where he had actually put pictures of himself holding guns and criminal activity, is what they're alleging. But they're saying she basically, and not to mention, he was in court on a domestic violence beef, if I'm correct, and the victim's family was there hoping to get justice. So she helped this guy flee out the back room, leaving the victim's family on alert. She was seeking justice as well. She kind of...
That's a whole different ballgame. Listen, that's criminal activity. Yeah. I get that part. That I understand. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're doing something wrong, catch his ass and do what you're going to do with him.
Yeah.
But I still have yet to see any receipts of any of this stuff. Everything is still all alleged. Now, I have a question, though. Why does the ICE agents hide their face?
That's a good question. Well, obviously, they themselves could face backlash for doing so. I mean, right? Listen, you and I will admit the way Trump is doing this stuff is cruel. He looks at it like Biden let too many folks in. It was a open border. So we're going to do whatever we got to do expeditiously to get all these people out, up to and including skirting due process, kicking out grandmas, kicking out toddlers, whatever the case may be. And if your photo is on TV, you remember the whole Elian Gonzalez thing from the 1990s? When they had a little kid and they got a long rifle. The image looked bad. You don't want your face, and that guy's face was on camera. You don't want your face on that image. That's why I believe they're covering their faces up.
From what I heard, because I've asked the question before, and they said that allegedly they're hiding their faces because they're not federal agents. They are just some citizens or people,
wow,
regular people that they've picked up and recruited to do their jobs.
Damn.
And this is what I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but that is what I heard. Why?
So they just they just deputizing people.
Yes, the berets and stuff like that.
You know something that wouldn't shock me, because I read an article today that stated that the postal police, you know, the U.S. Post Office has police, they stated that they are working with immigration. It would not surprise me to get extra manpower if they were doing that. That would not surprise me at all.
Right. No, and at all. Because like I said, it's crazy of the levels they'll go to now to satisfy the agenda. And that's what's happening. And now Trump believes he is above the law because he's going after judges. And see, this is, again, with the thing with Doge went in there and started cutting all kinds of things. And, you know, it just, again, it took away the guardrails.
He does have a large blessing from America, though, to do this stuff. There's millions of Americans that want these folks out of the country, due process or not. Why do you think that is?
For the life of me, I wish I knew. And they keep saying people have Trump derangement syndrome. You know what I call it? Trump teabagging. Trump teabagging. Because he got his nuts all on their necks.
Oh my God. Never heard
He got his nuts all on MAGA's nut. He got Trump nuts all over MAGA's necks. Now, you call that Trump derangement syndrome. Listen, the man has not proven to say that he is doing anything great. Because that's why they keep saying he's playing chess. Do you know in the game of chess who's sacrificed?
The pawns.
And that's what we are.
I don't, you know, I can't argue with that. Certainly in the tariff war, regardless of who wins the tariff war, we are pawns in that. At the end of the day, if the United States wins the tariff war and manufacturing comes back, that's going to be years from now. We're going to pay a price for that. People who are losing money in the stock market, because there are people who are permanently losing shit, losing jobs and things like that. Yeah, there's a lot of pawns in it. There's a lot of pawns.
And like that, like with people that do have 401ks that are losing money, that money is not, we're not going to get that money back. And for those who say, oh, people's 401k is fine, that's the stimulus check babies that don't even have a 401k. They just talking to hear themselves talk. And they need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I agree with you. There are certainly going to be some pawns in this. The tariff war is the best example. There's no way all of that damage is going to happen and we're all going to be made whole. There's going to be a lot of Americans losing farms and businesses, and they're never going to recoup that. That person just lost. I mean, there's going to be plenty of them people.
One more question, though. What does DEI have to do with wasteful spending?
I can't. Well, I suppose I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm admitting I'm stretching here, but this is the way I would suggest. If you, by way of DEI, didn't earn it, I guess they try to say, if you, by way of DEI, put someone in a position that lacks merit and they fuck up in that position, all of that money you wasted, put the training or whatever that you got to now do for a person who does have merit, all of that's wasteful spending.
The problem is, they claim they got rid of all of the DEI hires and stuff, but nobody's been replaced. So who is actually handling what is supposed to have been the wrongful people in position? What are you doing with the positions that were left dangling now?
Well, they feel that most.
That's why the FAA or TAA or whatever it's called is messed up now. You see it. They was talking about that today over in Jersey, where they're lacking employees and different things like that, and shit goes wrong with flights and all kinds of stuff because they want to readjust the money that they have, so it benefits them. So my pockets can get fatter. I can get bigger contracts because now we found money. Because not one thing, even with him deporting all these people, the deportation didn't give me any more money in my check.
Right, and that's the point.
And actually, it made it go less now because they put the migrants and stuff that he deported put a lot of money into our economy. whether they want to agree with that or not.
Yeah, and I see, and that's a good point. Is that Trump and by way of Doge and Elon Musk, they've been bragging about how many millions, if not billions, of dollars they've been saving the country. And yeah, I don't know any American that's saying my life is personally better because of what they did, other than I feel better based on what they said. But in regards to something tangible where it's changed your life, where you've noticed finances are better, or so, I don't know anybody who's benefited from it. I just know people who have been hurt by it, by losing their jobs and federal funding. So I don't know.
And for the record, what is the TD Destroyer 73? I do have a 401k, a nice chunky one. I do. However, I know how to put mine in safe mode so they can't fuck with my money. Now shut the fuck up again.
Miss Mo Better, you never let's one down.
Listen, it's Friday. I got time today.
Well,
I got time today.
Well, speaking of time, let me ask you this before we move it on. I mentioned earlier the likes of Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Court Justice, head of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and Trump. And then, of course, Kilmar Brego Garcia, all being accused. All four of these men have once been accused of assaulting a woman in some way or another. For some reason, only one of these men is being viewed as guilty. All the rest of them are being viewed as innocent. Why do you think that is?
Because they're a bunch of hypocrites. It's the hypocrisy, and you have a criminal that's running this country. I'm gonna protect my own. That's what the devil does. I'm gonna protect you. I'm gonna get you there. Because you make me look good.
So in other words, it's Trump just simply looking out for his own people. But keep in mind,
that's what he's been doing. That's what he does because they yes men.
But it ain't
anybody that kisses that ring. I'm gonna hold you here. But as soon as you say something negative against me, then you are the worst person in the world. Like he did Terry, the reporter that he did for ABC the other night.
Yeah.
This is being nice.
Yeah, come on, Moran.
Anybody that's why I said he teabagging their asses. He got his nuts all on their neck.
Last question before I move it on. Ashley Babbitt, you said I got her up there with George Floyd. Do you believe Ashley Babbitt should receive a settlement for what happened to her on January 6th?
Who is she?
You don't know who Ashley Babbitt, the one that was climbing through the window?
No, she put herself in harm's way. I'm sorry. You understand what I'm saying? She put herself in harm's way. Like, I don't know if she went out there with the notion that this could actually happen, but as soon, she might not have left her house saying like, oh, well, they're going to kill me or whatever. Unalive me today or whatever. However, y'all stormed the Capitol.
Yeah.
That was a crime.
Well, the
now,
family.
Reax was talking about earlier. There's a violations. There's a whole difference. That's how you know he don't know shit about the law. There's violations and then there's crimes. Speeding is not a crime. It's a violation.
That's true.
Traveling across country with your family is not a crime.
Well,
I said he got to be about the dumbest.
All right, Miss Mo Better.
Yeah, she didn't comply. She didn't comply. So you wanna listen. How many times you gotta touch the stove to know that it's hot?
Good question. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it.
Indeed.
Always a pleasure. All right, real quick in the comments, Sheldon Wall says, Tim, I have a question. Why is it considered a bad thing if you're accused of being a DEI hire if it's supposedly a good thing? Because everything should be done on merit and judged on merit. Here's the problem with it. This is very similar to Doge and Elon Musk finding a ton of money with Doge and all this stuff. Fact is, the Trump administration is getting credit for doing what sounds like a lot of good things for America, which I don't have a problem with. But at the end of the day, they're providing little to no receipts for what they're claiming. I don't think Elon Musk has provided evidence for hardly any of the stuff that he's talked about in regards to waste, fraud, and abuse. And the same applies with your question in regards to DEI. They're constantly yelling that people are being terminated for DEI. How many folks have you seen them actually produce proof that this person had a job they never should have received? Someone that's in a high-level position that has a bullshit resume. Have you seen anyone like that at all? They fired a lot of people claiming DEI. Where are the folks who did not have merit? The guy Hegseth replaced has significantly more merit than he does. Where are the people that lack merit? You can't just go yell DEI. You got rid of the head of the Coast Guard, for instance. He fired an admiral. You're just dropping people. You're yelling DEI, but there are no receipts being provided. Notice that the right is talking about how wrong DEI is, and it's good Trump is getting rid of it, but they don't even have one Lincoln Riley to give you. One person, not even, give me one person that the Trump administration got rid of, and you can show via their resume they had no right ever being on that job. I haven't seen it at all. I haven't seen any of that. So I'll leave it at that, because until I see actual evidence, I'm not a fan of putting somebody in a position solely because of their gender or their color or their race. But I'll tell you one thing, that's kind of the American way. I've said that plenty of times on the broadcast, is that that's the way this country was founded, is that if a white man applied for a position, he had a leg up on everybody. Doesn't matter how much merit a Hispanic woman had. She would never be a general in the army. It just was off limits to her. It was going to go to a white man. You knew that for most of America's history. How is that not DEI? JPT Farms, yeah! Appreciate the hat and mustache. You go to any town, and you look at all the mayors for that town. Any town in America, damn near. You look at all of the mayors that have been in that town at the top of the pyramid for that town in America. You'll notice that they all were white up to probably at least 1960, 1970, 1980. You don't think any DEI had anything to do with that? Even the towns that are majority black or majority Hispanic, all of these towns, everybody's white. So I do want to point out, we're talking about getting positions that have nothing to do with merit, but rather your skin color, your gender, whatever. I mean, there's a reason why women were not getting any of the managerial gigs in this country's history. The men, your gender was giving you a leg up. All of a sudden now people are acting like DEI is something strange. We were founded on it. Looking in the comments though, I see Mike says, stop saying that. It's true though. You knew that if you got in line, let's say you actually was in the military, you had the merit, and you wanted to, you're going to fall behind a white male no matter what your merit is. If you want to be a fire chief, you were going to fall behind a white male no matter what merit you had. That's just the way the country was founded. Now all of a sudden people are talking about DEI and didn't earn it. I mean, that's kind of the way it was. DEI is like the Green Deal. It's made up to create more business and use up more money, says Boost, brave creators. So fair enough. I'll be back, says Evil Major Super Blue, says I trust Arnold Schwarzenegger. Alpaca farms in Peru. We got potholes, ma'am. I don't know what that means, Yoshi. All right, let me go back to the box real quick. Trump's order, says Mike Schuster. Truckers reading English road signs. I'll tackle that. Thank you for the support, Mike. I agree with that. I don't have a problem, and I was an over-the-road driver for a short period of time, for a few years. I don't have a problem with requiring America's truck drivers to speak English. I mean, you might be dealing with state police, way stations, and things like that. I don't believe that everybody that you encounter as a driver should have to learn other languages to deal with you. You're in a country where English is the predominant language. I don't see a problem with it. However, I also don't see a reason it had to be done. As someone who was in the industry, I don't recall there being a major holdup or a whole bunch of accidents, because that's what they're using, where you need to know how to read road signs and shit like that. I don't recall non-English speaking drivers causing a bunch of mayhem in the trucking industry. What I'm seeing is, once again, the Trump administration wants to make it hard, if not impossible, for immigrants. So they're just coming up with rules to make it hard, if not impossible, for immigrants to be able to stay here. And then they're coming up with these crazy methods of justifying it. But as an over-the-road driver myself, there was never any complaint that people on the road that didn't speak English was causing a bunch of accidents or mayhem. I agree that you should speak English, but I don't see where it was all so much necessary, and all of the stuff that Trump is saying about it, as far as I'm concerned, is fabricated. And I'm talking, like I said, I'm talking about somebody who's in the industry myself, been in all the lower 48 states, and probably at damn near every pilot loves, what is the other one? Sap Brothers, all of them different truck stuff. I've been in all of that shit. And I don't recall drivers who didn't speak English causing a bunch of mayhem. The worst thing that non-English speaking drivers do to the industry is they run loads for cheap, and that downgrades the price that other drivers are making per mile. That happens. But then again, that's happening throughout. Anywhere illegal immigrants or immigrants are located, the salaries are negotiated because people pay them less. That's not the immigrants' problem. That's Americans, businessmen, exploiting them. That's what that is. But they're not having accidents and shit. And thank you, Mike, for that. Will G says the supposed savings are being put towards defense, as Trump says he wants $1 trillion defense budget. That makes sense. Over almost $100 million will be spent for President Trump on his birthday to have a military parade. How does that look if you're a federal worker that lost your damn job because they said what you were doing was wasteful? What you were doing was unnecessary. So they got rid of you and your $8,000 a year job, maybe your whole fucking department, and they're going to have a military parade on the streets of D.C. They found money for that, but they laid you off as being wasteful. Can you imagine how awful that must sound to them folks? You're not trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse if you can do that. I mean, that really sounds awful. I'm just going to say that really sounds awful. Tiffany Hayward was DEI. Yoshi. I'll leave it at that. Real quick before I go back to the box. By the way, about the Coast Guard admiral getting fired by Trump. Normally, when you move on, military orders you given 60 days to vacate the residential area. Yeah, that's right. They not only fired the admiral, they kicked her out of her living quarters. I remember that when that happened. What he did to the admiral, I think the admiral had spoke out against Trump or something like that. And once again, in Trump fashion, he used an excuse when it really boiled down to a revenge play, which is why this whole live is about, do you trust your government? Because if you give them extra powers and it works on the honor system, do you feel confident they won't use that shit, such as being able to hold people without due process? They won't use it just for revenge. Because that's what we're talking about with what Will said. Going to the box, Dencal, welcome to the program, good evening. How the hell does a military parade cost $100 million? They got to repave the streets in D.C. because they're not designed to handle tanks and shit. All the extra security because all of these dignitaries like the president is sitting there on the damn street watching them go by. That's why it costs $100 million. There's a ton of money going into it. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
Hey, $100 million for a parade. What say you?
Horrible, man. And he's talking about changing the name of Veterans Day.
I heard that. What was he talking about changing it to, though?
It was something about Victory Day of World War II.
What?
Yeah, he wanted to separate the wars, World War I, the Victory Day of World War I, and then Victory Day for World War II, and not acknowledging the veterans of any other wars. Just saying the wars that we won, we're gonna celebrate them, but the other ones that the people fought in, fuck them.
Yeah, he said he wants to change it to Victory Day of World War I. What the fuck? What is? I mean, what is he doing? Just staying awake at night, coming up with shit?
No, he's got people standing next to him, like Stephen Miller and what's the guy for a Breitbart? What's his name?
Bannon, Steve Bannon.
He's got these people in his ear. Remember, they said he listens to the last person he had a conversation with. So when they say this stuff, then he's got people that write this stuff down and they go and execute the stuff. He doesn't have any idea of what happened in any of those wars because he never gave a shit. But now he's dictating, he's telling people that this is what we should care about. I don't get no more disrespectful than the president that never served trying to change
That's a good point.
holidays that celebrate
The military.
our warriors in this country.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that just because I am one, even if I wasn't one. That's the most disrespectful shit that I could ever think of for a president to do that didn't serve. If Obama would have said this shit, I would have been like, what the fuck?
Yeah. But why isn't MAGA speaking out against any? I mean, are we in a position where MAGA just seems to believe that anything he does is good for the country? I mean, why would you mess with this holiday?
I don't know. This is a question you need to ask people like MAGA Reacts, because I want to say it and I want to get that chime. MAGA Reacts ain't shit.
Just for this one. Why are you guys messing with my boy MAGA?
You destroyed him, and this dude was running around.
Real talk.
About, oh shit, the damn dinosaur.
Yeah, I saw that. Damn, thank you.
Yeah. The way MAGA Reacts was sitting up here, he has no idea about the law. He's talking about situations that he admits he knows nothing about. I don't know if the law is this way or that way. Well, how do you think they catch anybody if they don't go off of,
He did say that.
The sheer opinion, and when they saw, multiple people in the car, that should have made That's not how the fucking law works, man. You can't go on assumptions because that would mean they would be taking the rights of everybody's civil rights. Every cop that comes.
I hate to say this though, Cal. I'm always want to play devil's advocate, but this one kind of saddens me to say, but I think we may be going closer in the direction of what MAGA Reacts is saying than what you're saying. I mean, what he is saying is certainly the way that Trump, with MAGA's blessing, with his supporters' blessing, that's the way we're headed. A lot of MAGA believes that you should be able to do that stuff.
I'm saying don't give them credit. Black people been saying this from the beginning. They've been taking our fucking civil rights.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Of course, blacks have been talking about they're taking civil rights. What I'm saying is the Trump supporters and MAGA believe they should be able to do that. If the police see something that looks suspicious, they should be able to make moves on you without you having the ability to say, I have a right not to respond, or I have a Fifth Amendment. They don't want you to have that stuff.
No, come on, Jim. They always thought like that. That's why they never got in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't nothing new. What he's saying, I'm just saying they saying it out loud, which is unusual.
Yeah.
But to get on here in front of 500 people from all these different platforms and get up there and say, well, hey, that shit looked suspicious. So we go from suspicion to he smugly got a human trafficker. Yeah. When they questioned the people, they looked at his credentials and they gave him a ticket or did whatever and they let him go. We went all the way from there to there. If all of this information was evidence, then bring him back, sit him down in a courtroom in front of a judge, show this information, let the judge convict him or whatever, and then send him on his way. And nobody at the level wouldn't have shit to say. But we're going to keep talking about it because they're taking away people's civil rights. Like, I get it. It looks suspicious. But if it was that suspicious, then you would say, all right, I'll bring him back just to show you dumbasses that it was what it was, and then we wouldn't have shit to say, right? We would just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I mean,
can't do it. I get on there and I say, look, Trump's wife accused But Trump, he couldn't have been guilty. What's the difference? You asking the question, what's the difference? His wife said something. Then he got up there and said, well, it was his mom, so that's different because that's not like first person. What the fuck?
I gotta give MAGA is good at spinning. I mean, with that one, I mean, he was caught dead in the water, and I didn't know the minute he said, you know, it's his wife, so that's somebody close to him. I knew I had that clip on deck, and I'm like, you know, I'm looking at it like the Joker. Where do you get a load of me? But I played that, and then he
sat up there with a straight face and was like, yeah, like, you know, that's kind of the way it is. No, that's not the way it is. We telling you from a perspective of experience, like, no, you don't go from 0 to 100 in a traffic stop. We know they have done that, but it was wrong all the time when they've been doing it.
Yeah.
We're not moving to a place where we just accept that if he pull up on me, because we already know that a lot of cops view black people as a threat automatically.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
What he's saying is that no matter when they pull us over, they should automatically, what they always been doing, where the dope and the, you know, where the dope and the guns at.
Yeah.
They should automatically go from there. If I'm in a nice car, they should automatically think there's no way this is suspect. This whole situation. They asked him about the amount of, you know, seats in the car. Mm-hmm. They asked him where he was going. He said he was going from a construction site which he was traveling to, and he even told them after that. He said, after we leave this next destination, we going here to another destination, which we know he was doing because he was in the contractors union. He was doing construction. So if you see 6 or 7 Mexicans in a truck, what do you think? Do you think illegal, or do you think they probably doing some construction somewhere?
Well, according to him, according to MAGA Reaction, the guy was driving all the way across country, though. So you wouldn't expect them to have a...
What did he say? He said he said something about D.C. No, he was in Maryland.
Okay.
And something about, I want to say North Carolina or whatever. But construction crews travel. That's what they do.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned...
When they built my house, when contractors built my house, the whole development where I live at, all of those people came down from Atlanta. They drove miles to come to my area, and they put them up in hotels or whatever.
Oh, wow.
And they did construction, and they finished the whole area. And then the contractors was moving them from place to place. I don't automatically assume that everybody is illegal. They may be, but if just sitting there stopping somebody saying, oh, hey, I ain't never noticed them add more seats in the car. Well, if I got a bunch of construction workers and I'm moving them from place to place, maybe I might invest a couple dollars and put an extra 3rd row seat in there or whatever the fuck. But it has nothing to do with them being illegal. Yeah. He went from, it looked suspicious because there was a bunch of Mexicans in the car to, he must have been guilty.
Yeah, he wanted to convict the guy. But let me ask you this, though. Is it possible that the Democrats might be betting on the wrong horse here? In other words, maybe Abrego Garcia really was a piece of shit, and that he is the wrong guy to defend. Do you? I mean, because folks are suggesting that, you know, you do have a couple of judges that did deem he was part of the MS gang. So that came out. Obviously, the cop on paper, you were not talking about the human trafficking thing that sounds like bullshit, but the cop is on record saying it looked like he might be human trafficking. Just like his wife is on record saying that he was beating her for a time. Even though he ain't convicted of none of this stuff at all, there is a lot of stuff orbiting around him. Is it possible the Democrats are trying to defend somebody that is not worth defending?
Look, whether they are or not is beside the point. Everybody deserves due process. Everybody deserves due process. I'm not going to say, look, it would have been so simple for them to say, one dude, bring him back, put out all of this evidence against him, show his ties show the real evidence, because what they showed so far has been circumstantial. Show the real evidence and convict him, and then send him away, and we wouldn't have shit to say. But you pushing back on due process. No, we got to continue to push back, regardless of how it looks on the outside. If we stop pushing it back against due process, guess who next, Tim?
You and I. You and I. You and I.
They just went through all of the stuff, saying that now they can deport American citizens now. They saying that they can deport American citizens now. Now guess what? When Obama droned that American citizen in a whole
They had a problem
country,
with it,
they said
yep.
he was an enemy combatant. Guess what they said? Oh my God, he's not an American citizen. Now they talking about the wording they used in there. It was like they were saying that you could drone an American citizen, because they didn't use like regular verbiage like can be arrested or nothing. They said some shit like can be targeted.
Have you heard about him also? I played the clip. I don't know if you were listening. The notion that he's talking about deeming cartel members as enemy combatants, the ones that live in the enemy cartel members that may live in this country, he can deem them as enemy combatants. Have you heard that?
Yes. In the same way that MAGA Reacts was talking about, well, he was in the car with a bunch of Mexicans. Me and you could be in the car with a bunch of Mexicans, and then what? Then we could get drawn, then we could get pulled up, we could get locked up, we could get sent away.
Yep.
They don't understand the slippery slope that we on. And everybody talking about, well, this is what we voted for. No, this ain't what we voted for. This ain't what they voted for. They not going to admit it because they think that they're immune. Like somehow it's not going to happen to them. But I'm not going to stop defending what's right. And everybody talking about, well, maybe we should, look, maybe it's a bridge, maybe we should just allow them because we did that with the LGBTQ. No, we cannot stop defending what's right in people's civil and human rights. We can't do that, even if it don't affect us, because eventually it's going to affect us.
So I guess you kind of answered the question already. At the beginning of the live, I asked the question, do you trust your government? I'm assuming your answer is yes.
No, I mean, I never have, but the whole time we spent out in the streets talking about the government is doing wrong, whether local or federal, and everybody's saying, oh, you guys are just playing the victim and you guys are just... No, we're not. If you saying that damn, what's her name, deserved $30 million for what she did, then how about anybody else that got caught up in the summer of love? How much did they get?
Well, you know Trump rewards his friends and punishes his foes. I mean, so Ashley Babbitt was a friend.
Right, but I thought we were supposed to have a president that defends all citizens, not people he prefers.
We don't have that. I gotta move on. We don't have that. I don't even think I got a clip of Eric Bolling, who used to be on Fox News. He's been on Newsmax. He is MAGA, and he even came out and told Chris Cuomo, Trump is not in there to save the world or whatever. He's in there to do what's best for his guys, and we love him. I mean, he came out and admitted, like, I know this guy's not a president for the people. He's a president for his people. I mean, he said it. I'm like, I've been trying to find the exact minute because I want to play it, but yeah, he came out and said it. Like, he's not a president for the people.
But what I want you to pay attention to is all of these court cases that the president is losing. You see, they just had the one that says what he's doing to these law firms is against the law. It's against the Constitution.
Well, until you get Congress and more members of MAGA to actually step up and call this stuff out, I don't know how far it's going to go. These judges can order it, but I mean, if Trump does not adhere to what they're saying, is there any enforcement you feel confident that will be done?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, when the court, when a Trump-appointed judge says you are...
Yeah, I get all that, and we're not arguing whether it's unconstitutional or if it's a crime. You and I agree with that, but the Supreme Court told him to bring back Albrego Garcia. And here he is on the ABC interview he did a couple of days ago stating, yeah, I could bring him back. I would do it if I thought he was a good guy, but I don't think so. So he's basically saying, fuck the Supreme Court. If I don't think this guy should come back, I'm not bringing him back. So where's the enforcement? I mean, he went on TV. I think you and I talked about this, but he went on TV. Yeah, he went on TV and admitted, I'm going to defy the Supreme Court.
And like I said before, now that he said that, there's going to have to be a whole court review and all of that, and I get it. I get it.
Should Abrego be walking?
He has not stepped across the lexicon with a Supreme Court, a clear judgment. Because you see how he did with what they said, facilitate, and I don't know what that word means and all of that stuff.
I mean, I get your point, but
up to them.
Yeah, I get your point, but it's pretty. I think most of the country, including MAGA, would probably acknowledge that he's not trying to. I mean, he knows the Supreme Court wants him to bring that dude back, and he's not trying to bring that dude back. He's not even facilitating it. Whatever the hell their definition is of. If the judge asked him, what is your definition of facilitate? He's not even following that. So, I mean, so at the end of the day,
Then what happens after that when he doesn't do it? There has to be another court date. There has to be another, and I know that people don't like to hear that, but that's the way we've seen him get due process. We've seen him get due process, and he got away with all of this shit.
I mean, like, if you don't follow an order from the courts, you said there got to be another court date to do what? Sentence your ass to jail? I mean, what else is another court date for? I mean, you don't take this all the way to the Supreme Court and you lost.
They can't sentence him because the Supreme Court said
Right.
they can't charge a sitting president.
So there's no enforcement.
They can sentence the people, his lawyers, that went in there, and like, I know it's a hodgepodge of all of this mess.
Right, you sentence his lawyers and then he pardons the lawyers. I mean, what big deal? What is that? Okay, you sentence a lawyer, Trump walks out laughing like Nino Brown, I'll be out in a week. He just tells the lawyer, don't worry about it, I'll pardon you in a few minutes. And then it's over with.
I guess we have to wait and see, like what it is. I mean, you know, we kind of at a loss for what we can do to kind of combat this authoritarianism. But you know, it kind of is what it is.
Yeah, that's our president. Cal, I got to move it on. Thank you.
All right, man.
All right.
Take care.
Sad state of affairs. You listen to that conversation. It is a sad state of affairs. If he does not want to follow a Supreme Court order, what can you really do? Now, I think the issue is the way the founding fathers set things up. A lot of our country operates on the honor system. And I think to some degree, Trump is pushing the envelope in ways the founding fathers never intended. They just never intended, they never expected, rather. They never expected a person to get in there and just say, fuck it, I'm going to do what I want. I'm not going to listen to the system. That was never, you created three levels of checks and balances, the executive, the judicial, and the legislative branches. You created the different branches to do, you know, checks and balances on each other. The problem is the Congress operating as the executive, operating as the legislative branch, rather, they're not doing their job. They're not doing their job in regards to their checks and balances on President Trump. I mean, like the tariffs, for instance. You're imposing tariffs on every damn nation on the planet. Not want to say the free world, but he's even imposing tariffs on places like Ethiopia and shit. Congress should be doing that. One man should not be doing all of that. Congress should step in, because right now, whatever hardship we go through from tariffs, keep in mind while you're dealing with all of that, Congress can stop this at any time. At any given time, Congress can stop the Trump tariffs. So I don't think the founding fathers ever expected someone like Trump, to push the envelope in ways he's doing it. Just, I mean, like the no due process thing. Sending American criminals to a foreign country. You think the founding fathers ever expected that? I mean, so he's pushing the envelope in ways that no one ever expected. And because they didn't expect it, they didn't do anything to prevent it. I mean, it should be right there in the Constitution as clear as day. You can't do some shit like that. Apparently it's not. Apparently it's not. Tap the screen, then Cal, you are right. Tap the screen. Get me up. We should be around 40,000 at least. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. You know, we don't block, ban, or censor. Program is MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as always. Will G says, therefore MAGA ain't shit, is what Will G says in the comments. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything before we go on to the next caller. By the way, I saw that 3 hours thing with the Admiral Coast Guard. I want to make sure I didn't miss any responses. Unhappy because it's not your personal view, says Bobby Thompson. Well, it's a different, I don't know what you're speaking of. You're talking to someone in the comments, but personal views, and I agree with Eric, personal views have nothing to do with this. Try being a patriot for once, folks. Your personal views have nothing to do with if you're breaking the law. I mean, you know, you're a snowflake, and you just are crying liberal tears because you don't like the fact that he is violating all kinds of laws. You should man up. No, that ain't how it works. I mean, if he violating the law, he violating the law. By the way, I would say the same thing if Biden, Harris, Clinton, or Obama was doing the same shit. I would bring it up. But he is, I mean, not to mention when you got judges that he personally appointed telling him you're breaking the law, damn it, he's breaking the law. He's not breaking the law since Tucor 88. How many judges have ruled what Trump is doing is unconstitutional? Birthright citizenship, he tried to get rid of that. That was unconstitutional. Now, the lack of due process. The Supreme Court ruled that you got to give him due process. What he did in regards to sending Rodrigo Garcia to El Salvador, he told him to bring him back. He's doing a whole lot of things that are against the law. You just believe the judges are on some bullshit. You believe the judges should allow him to do whatever he wants. If Trump does something, he should be allowed to do that. And any judge that speaks out against him is all of a sudden some radical activist judge. You kind of want to give Trump a free play to do whatever he wants. That's what you're kind of saying. We've suddenly gotten to a point where we don't believe that anyone should be able to do anything about President Trump. If you do anything against Trump, then something's wrong with you. Real talk. Good evening. Hey, good evening. Good to have you on.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. You got a loud background. Something in the background going on? TV or something? I'll give him a second to clear that up. Okay.
Thanks for bringing me up.
Anytime.
Not like that. Before we start, Denka, I respect you, sir, but you jeopardizing our friendship. You be coming for that number one spot. I need you to let me have that number one spot. I work hard for it, but whatnot like that. Now, if I need to put in some overtime at work, I need you to let me have that one.
Hey. I appreciate it for sure.
Hold on real quick, sir. Now, Mike, you didn't copyright it, so I'm going to go ahead and use it. How many people we got in here? We got 200 and something people in here, 100 and something. Get them up, dog. 50,000, wow. Or the case may be like that, touch screen.
I like that. 50,000, wow. I'm going to repeat that.
Smoke Better and Takesha, you know, hey, y'all be spitting, man. Okay, should be like that. Very proud of y'all or whatnot like that. So I appreciate y'all doing y'all thing or whatever. MAGA reacts. See, that's why that guy said he just want to punch you in the face. Or okay, should be like that. Like that was crazy. Okay, sir, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I got to get more MAGA in here because they do have a difference of opinion. I believe they should be able to speak. A lot of you guys don't like them. I'm assuming you don't agree with what MAGA reacts had to say.
Well, no, because MAGA always find a silver lining for Trump. Or in case they be like that, they always make an excuse for him. They want everybody else held accountable, but everything against Trump is rigged and fake or whatnot like that. And I just don't understand it. You know, I mean, it's like Trump is their family and they gotta protect them or something. It's crazy.
I wish I could push back on that, but it does seem like that anytime you criticize Trump, something's wrong with you. I mean, like it is almost viewed as virtually impossible that Trump could actually be doing anything wrong. Anybody who says he's doing something wrong there has to be some nefarious purpose to that person because yeah, they do come across that way. I wish I could speak a different way of it, but that's my analysis of it too.
Yeah, so you can't fluff all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm already prepared for it. I done studied your fluffing and whatnot like that. Don't get wrong. Okay, maybe I'm with you, sir. Or whatnot like that. We're gonna do this thing together. Or whatever. Did you see that what it was Meet the Nation when Trump was on TV? And Chris Cuomo.
Yes,
and,
yes. He called in for about the first 10 minutes of the show. Yes, I did.
I was confused when Trump started talking about Harlem. I just like Harlem when he asked about Harvard, and this man started talking about Harlem and riots and you know they say Kamala Harris can't complete a sentence or you know she got word salad, but I mean I don't know like you know I get on Trump too social because I'm like you. You know, I like to talk to MAGA. I spend hours on there because I want to be able to understand them or whatnot like that. And I mean, it's just difficult, man. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it's a totally different political side of the aisle. I mean, they think MAGA thinks completely different than the left, and the left thinks completely different than MAGA. I mean, they're just fundamentally eons apart. I mean, I've been talking to MAGA for so damn long that I guess I just I kind of just understand where they're coming from. Not fluffing, and I see in the comments your fluffing comments sparked somebody else to repeat that shit. But
sir, hey, sir, what you just did, I call that growth.
No, but let me be clear. I don't think everything that Trump or MAGA stands for is wrong. Some of the things I understand. I understand. I mean, the liberals do get some shit wrong too.
That is true. And that's why I say, like, we should come together. Like, just because we on different sides or whatnot like that, it doesn't mean we are each other's enemies.
Right.
We just have different views. And we should be able to at least, respect one another when we have those different views. But we should always hold everybody accountable equally on the same level.
Yeah, that's going to be virtually impossible as long as Trump is at the helm because Trump is not running on the stand. What you just said, I agree. That's how we should all do. We can have difference of opinions. We should come together. Trump is running on a platform of no, we don't want to be around them. They're a bunch of socialists. They're bad for the country. They hate America. He's not running on that. He's running on stay away from them. I mean, treat them like shit. You know, look, there's liberals that don't view Trump favorably either, but Trump is not running on a platform of unity. Division is like currency to him. He actually does better in divisive environments. He promotes division.
True, and somebody said earlier about like this. What is his name? Kilmore. The guy who got
Brego Garcia. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said in the comments saying that why Democrats are trying to protect them or do they want to die unalive on that hill or whatnot like that. But the part that confuses me about that is because, you know, Trump has also been convicted of crimes or whatever case may be like that. And they don't want him to be held to that same standard. They want him to be free. They want to give him a chance. But everybody else that has a little color to him, or whatnot like that, they got to get the full extent of the law. No. Or the case may be like that, because they back the blue. But at the same time, we got to have understanding for people committing crimes or whatnot like that, because they did it for Trump.
Yeah, my whole response to that, do the Democrats want to die on the hill of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is simple. The Democrats care about as much about Abrego Garcia as the left does about Lincoln Riley. It's not about the person. It's about what happened to them. If an illegal immigrant took my life as a liberal, the right would still be using me on Fox and on those networks to go after illegal immigrants. It ain't the person, it's the act. Just like if one of MAGA ended up being deported to another country without due process, the liberals would be speaking out in favor of that, defending that guy as well. It's not the person, it's the act of what happened to them. So the whole, what you want to die on the hill of defending this guy who was a bad man, it ain't about the man. It's about what was done to him. What was done to him is wrong. Just like we can bring up George Floyd. George Floyd had a rap sheet that was a mile long, but that don't mean you can do what you did to him. We're not speaking. You don't have to be Mother Teresa to be a victim of police brutality. You can be a bad guy and still be treated wrong by the cops. And that's where the right don't seem to see it. They seem to think that the only way you can speak out against somebody or in favor of somebody or defend someone's rights is they have to be a squeaky clean citizen. That's just not true.
And another thing that blows my mind sometimes or whatnot like that when, as far as the immigrants and they say, hey, we got to get them out to protect Americans. So it appears that they really care about protecting American lives or whatnot like that.
Yeah, it appears.
It appears. It's hurting citizens.
Yeah, appears.
They ain't doing nothing about that.
Yeah.
As far as the kids, they care about the kids with the AB stuff and, they want to protect the kids, the fetuses and all that kind of stuff. But when you talk about doing something about guns, there's do all these mass shootings out here and, hurting kids. Oh, hey, we have a right to do it. We have a right to have our guns or whatever the case may be like that. Like, it seems like
it's hypocrisy. I agree 100%. It's hypocrisy because a few weeks ago, Trump addressed the nation, and during that time, he presented a child. He acknowledged this kid out there that was diagnosed with stage 4 brain cancer.
I saw that.
And the liberals didn't stand up, and the right was chastising the liberals that did not stand up for a kid with cancer, talking about, see, this shows how insensitive you folks are and you ain't about shit. But then, just last week, the Trump administration deported a kid with stage 4 cancer that was on his way to treatment, by the way. All of a sudden, the right ain't got nothing to say about that. So the whole idea that you care about kids with cancer, no, you don't. No, you don't. You were using this guy as a pawn, and now you can use it to stick it to the liberals, but then when it was time for you to put up or shut up, you had no problem deporting the kid with cancer on the way to receive treatment. So, and we could go on and on about free lunch programs and getting rid of Head Start and all of this shit. The I care about kids mindset is bullshit because you're doing all these things that are harmful to kids. You got kids that are in foster care because they deported both of their parents. That's not caring about kids.
Facts. And our foster care system is overwhelmed. They ain't doing nothing to take care of those kids. I hear you all the time saying, and it's true when you say it, when they say, oh, we need to take care of Americans first. And when you say, what have we done for America? I mean, look at our veterans out here or whatnot like that. People, because to me, I feel like veterans, they shouldn't have to pay for nothing. They went over there and risked their lives for us, for we can have this luxury that we live in or whatnot like that. And some of them, it has destroyed their families or whatever the case should be like that. So they should be well taken care of. But when Trump was asked about veterans being fired, Trump said, oh no, we taking care of our veterans. Or if the case should be like that, we love our veterans. And like totally dismissed them. And the thing, like I say this right here. Like all MAGA need to do is just admit, just be real. Yeah, we know Trump like that, but you know what? We don't care. Now, to me, I would look at that and say, well, you know what? That's kind of messed up, but you know what? At least they told the truth.
I don't know. No. If they came out and said, we don't care about them doing all, it would still make them look horrible and the liberals would still be criticizing them.
But it will make them look better than them just pretending like they don't know or pretending like everybody is the enemy and everything is fake and everything is rigged. Or what? I'm still waiting for the election to be proven. And I don't know what's taking Trump so long, or whatever the case should be like that. What is going on with that? We need to know who's on that list, or whatever the case. Bill Clinton. We need to find out who's on the island, or whatever the case may be like that. But they don't see. They don't look at Trump and wonder why is he not releasing that? Why is he?
Because he doesn't need to. If you're MAGA, Trump's word is good enough. He doesn't need to prove anything to you. It's damn the hell with the liberals for even asking for it. If Elon Musk says, I just found $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse, the hell with you asking him to prove it. You didn't ask Biden, you didn't ask Kamala Harris. That's kind of the mindset of it. So he doesn't need to prove it.
And all this fraud, that they finding, why is nobody being charged? I be on Truth Social, and I ask the supporters that, and I always get the same thing. Just wait. Oh, it's coming. You're going to be surprised. It's going to blow your mind. I've been waiting 4 years for the election to be proven. That ain't happened yet. I don't know if I can do another 4 years of waiting.
I was told the same thing about the Haitian migrants and the cats and dogs too. Just wait, it's gonna come. It ain't gonna. It's never gonna come forward. I mean,
never, because they know when this man says something, and when he says something, and he change it. They change it too. And talk about loyalty. Like MAGA is the most disloyal people I have ever seen in my life.
I don't know about that. I think MAGA is very loyal to Trump.
But let me tell you why I say that.
Okay.
Because he do to make her labeled as you guys label. I mean, Liz Cheney voted with Trump, what, 90% of the time? Like more than any other Republican, I believe, or whatever case should be like that. But in MAGA world, you cannot have your own mind. Both cases should be like that.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the 1980 song by Janet Jackson, "What Have You Done For Me Lately?" That's kind of what it is. As long as you're down with Trump, you're kind of in with the party. If you start criticizing Trump, it really don't matter how much loyalty and love you've given him. If you're criticizing him right now, you're garbage. I mean, what have you done for me lately? The minute you start criticizing, like you mentioned in Liz Cheney, the fact that she voted with Trump 95% of the time or whatever, once she started criticizing him in regards to January 6th, all the rest of that support she gave him was irrelevant. What have you done for me lately?
And that's so crazy. All case should be like that because, MAGA says that, we need people in running the government who's going to do the right thing, be transparent and tell people the truth, or whatever case may be like that. But they should say, but we don't want nobody in there that's holding Trump accountable or going against him or whatever the case may be like that. Because why are we traitors? Because we disagree.
You can't come out. That would sound awful though. Real talk. You can't come out and say we don't want nobody in there that disagrees with Trump. I think it's pretty clear that might be the case, but you can't come out flat out and say that.
It would sound awful, but your actions speak louder than words. So if your actions showing it, why not just go ahead and say it? I mean, it is what it is.
Because if you go ahead and say it, you're going to ostracize more people. Like, for instance, let's say Trump supporters came out and said, we want Project 2025 as opposed to denying it. You're going to, I mean, there's a lot of African-American men, a lot of black MAGA and stuff like that. At that point, it would kind of put them in a put up or shut up mode. And it's just easier to lie about it.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I totally understand that. But when people hold you accountable, put your feet to the fire. Don't be in your feelings about it.
Good
because
luck.
At the same time, MAGA is the most triggered people that I see, especially when I'm on True Social or whatever case may be like that. Like the snowflakeness is full over there or whatnot like that. Like I don't know. See, I was just tongue tied right there.
Well, let me ask you before moving on from, we were talking about the children, whereas one side is using the kids for pawns, and obviously I brought up that, the Trump side didn't care about an illegal immigrant with stage 4 cancer being deported. So it shows that there's no love for kids on that side either. Mike Hawk in the comments said, American kids, sorry. So in other words, the Trump side of the aisle does care about kids. American kids.
I said, I thought all lives matter.
Well, let me put that little arrow and then put all American lives matter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I caught that fluff just then. Okay, I'm going to give you a galaxy for that one. Okay, maybe like that. And you see, that's what I'm talking about. Because you're faithful with it. You know, or whatnot like that.
Oh, my God. All right. And that's some real talk indeed. Thanks for coming through, man. Appreciate your support. Doors are always open to you.
You heard it, sir.
All right, thank you. All right. No fluffing zone. I'm going to put that on the whiteboard behind me. No fluffing. Gotcha, Tip. Okay, that was no fluffing. Listen, I don't think everything about Trump is wrong, but when I say something favorable to Trump, I'm all of a sudden fluffing. Real quick, looking in the comments. That was funny though. Looking in the comments real quick. Yoshi, immigration is handled under the EOIR. Whoa, real talk. After accusing me of fluffing, appreciate it. Thank you for the dinosaur. There was no fluffing, by the way. Immigration is handled under the EOIR. I don't know what those acronyms stand for. Immigration is handled under the EOIR, which is Article 2, not Article 3, due process that American citizens receive. So you're saying, I've heard people say this, that illegal immigrants receive a different type of due process than legal Americans. And I think that's the direction Trump is trying to take it. But I will say this, I don't think the Trump administration wants to give you any type of due process at all. If you want to suggest that the illegal immigrants get a different type of due process than American citizens, you still got to get some kind of right to defend yourself. I don't know what kind of due process that is, according to a lot of my Trump supporters, but if all of a sudden I pull up in a van and throw your ass in the back of it and accuse you of being part of the Sinaloa cartel, and while I'm putting the wrist cuffs on you, you're yelling out, I don't have nothing to do with them, you have to get some kind of day in court to prove that, right? I can't just take you to some border town and prepare you for deportation, can I? Because that's what we're talking about. This is what is happening to people. They're grabbing people, accusing them of being part of something, and you essentially never hear from the person again. So we're saying, well, you get a different type of due process. Based on the example I gave, there's no due process of any type there. You don't get any right to defend yourself. And you heard what I played a moment ago. I'll go back to it before I go on to the next caller. But where is the due process in this?
Designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
One of President Trump's very first executive orders was to designate drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And now CNN's Natasha Bertrand reports for us that the Trump administration is considering labeling some suspected cartels inside the United States as enemy combatants. You heard that term a lot after the 9/11 attacks, enemy combatants. Sources tell CNN that label could strip these individuals of any legal rights. It could theoretically justify potential lethal strikes against them. We've also seen the president pressure the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, to take more action against the cartels in Mexico.
Now, you heard him say legal strikes as well. So if they deem you a member of the cartel and they list you as an enemy combatant, as he just stated, they can literally blow up your shit. So you're driving down the highway and, you get droned or something. I don't think it'll ever get that bad. I'm speculating, but I understand once they deem you as an enemy combatant, they legally have the right to do that. I'm not saying they would blow your ass up in the middle of I-95 on the way to Miami, but what I'm saying is they legally do have the right to do that at that point. This is in addition to you getting no rights at all. At this point, they can literally make you disappear, whether violently with some kind of military ordinance or just put you in a room and throw away the room. And oddly enough, MAGA is saying this is what we need. I don't get it. Looking in the comments, Creed says, I'm trying to scare you guys with a good time. Why would you view this as a good time? Why would anyone want this? Why would you want to give one guy, to quote Kanye West, one man should not have all that power? Why would you want to give this much power to one person? I can fix any label on you I want, and then I can treat you as if that label is 100% accurate. Even while you're kicking and screaming, trying to tell everybody that the label is incorrect. Why would anyone agree with that? Let's just be clear. Trump has said a lot of things that are not true and made mistakes on a bunch of other shit. He's a human being. He's not perfect. He's not flawless. Why would you want to give one man the power to say something about somebody and then act on that with impunity? Tell me you want a king. Tell me you want a dictator without telling me you want that. Why would you want to give him that kind of power? Do you think he is that flawless that he should not have any kind of checks and balances at all? If he says you're a member of the cartel, therefore you are? I don't understand that. And I see in the comments, Creed says, because that's what we voted for. You voted for a king. You voted for a dictator is what you're trying to tell me. King Trump, he actually wrote in the comments. Wow, Creed. He wrote in the comments, King Trump. Creed's a regular contributor to the program. Consider him a friend of the program. He actually admitted that's what we voted for. We voted for a king. You know, I'll tell you this before I go back to the box. I had a friend of mine that is MAGA told me, and this is before Trump was indicating that he might try to go for a third term or whatever. I had a friend tell me, maybe it wouldn't be that bad if Trump did get a third term. He said, I wouldn't mind him being president for the rest of his life. I like the economy. I like the border security. I'm going to tell you what Creed is saying in the comments right now. That ain't bullshit. He's not pulling your leg. He is representing MAGA, and damn it, his statement is how they really feel. I believe a large portion of MAGA feel exactly like he stated. We voted for the guy to have unlimited power. We believe he is just that good for the country. Let me see. Yes, you can be a fearmonger at times, Tim. Yes, you can. Well, look, you're a anytime you say something negative about Trump, you're a fearmonger. And when you say something negative about the liberals, you're telling the truth. I'll tell you this, Trump, if I had suggested that if Trump gets elected, he's going to try to be a president for life, or he's going to try to get a third term, that would have been fear-mongering. Now that he's actually selling Trump 2028 hats, it's not anymore. If we had a suggestion in 2015, if you elect Trump, they're going to roll back Roe v. Wade. That would have been fear-mongering in 2015. Now that it's rolled back, it's not fear-mongering anymore. I can tell you a whole lot of shit that Trump has done. Talking about taking away due process, sending American prisoners to El Salvador, all of that would have been fear-mongering if you had said that stuff. So what you're basically doing, every time someone says Trump may do something, it's fear-mongering until he actually does it. He's done a whole lot of shit that if you had stated he's going to do this if he becomes president, it would have been liberal fear-mongering. If that's true, he wants a third term. Does that mean Obama can run again? Depends on how they set it up, Archangel. I don't think they want Obama to be able to run because he does have a huge amount of support. He by far, by eons, is the most popular Democrat in existence. And my guess is they would try to word it some kind of way. You know, you could only run for a third term if you had a split, if you served split terms. Some kind of way they would word it to prevent Obama from running. I don't think Trump, even though Trump made a comment that it would be awesome to run against Obama, I don't believe Trump would want to run against Obama. Not saying that he couldn't win. I don't think he would win, but I don't think he would even want to give Obama the chance to run against him. So my guess is they would change the language so that somehow Trump qualifies and Obama does not. That's the way I look at it. Obama, Clinton, and Bush can also run. I don't think Clinton or Bush would want to run. I mean, notice Bush has been all but silent, and Clinton is pretty damn old at this point. I don't think Clinton or Bush would run either. Let me go back to the box. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. The repercussions for Trump doing all this bullshit is the next progressive president. Being just as brash, like I said, the same Republicans allowing this will be trying to put guardrails with the quickness. And they should. And they should. I don't want to go down the road of Michelle Obama stating when they go low, we go high. But I don't think it would be good for America to have a liberal or progressive president follow up Trump and do the exact same things that Trump did in reverse. I just don't think it would be good for America. If Trump is defeated, steps down, passes away, gets impeached or whatever, the next president should do everything they can to unify. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard, but I don't think it would be good for America to get a liberal in there doing it. I mean, what you going to do? All of a sudden pass laws allowing transgender to go in bathrooms and shit, gays in the military, bring everybody back that was deported. I mean, this is going as far left as Trump has went to the right. I just don't think it would be any good for the country. Just like I don't think the deliberate division Trump is doing is good for the country. My guess is 10, 20 years from now, there's going to be a whole lot of people that supported some of the policies of Trump that don't want you to ever know that they supported it. When I see folks talking about kicking people out with due process and some of that shit, I think of the Topeka, Kansas case where you got the white folks yelling at this girl, this black kid, because she wanted to be the first black kid to go to this school, and grown folks are spitting on her and shit like that. They don't want to come forward and be part of modern day. Those folks would not want that to actually be passed, to be told to their grandkids and stuff like that. That you hated black people so bad that you were willing to spit on a little kid in elementary school. I mean, they don't, and I think that a lot of stuff that's happening now is going to be like that. You want people deported without due process and all of this. Some of this stuff is so, I'm going to say inhumane, but certainly so far to the right. I think some of these folks, some of these quotes that are coming out, 10, 20 years from now, these people are not going to want you to know. They're not going to want to be associated with what they said. Because some of this stuff is pretty fucking cruel, pretty brutal. You know, there was a representative, a federal employee got fired, and the federal employee went to confront, I think, one of the congressmen or something like that. And the congressman was like, well, you probably lazy. I mean, you don't even know this person. This is one of your constituents that just got fired, and to say some cruel shit like that, I mean, some of these folks are not going to want to associate with some of the things they said. Anyway, looking in the comments, because some of this stuff is just awful. Like, just no concern for humanity at all. Trump also, a.k.a., also known as the USA trying finding a reason to bomb countries. Do you believe Trump is trying to do that? To come up with Iran, he's threatening to do that. He threatened that if Iran doesn't come to the table, that to make a deal, and that would make no sense to me at all, because he's the one that broke the deal we had with Iran. Why would you want to make another deal with Trump? But he's threatened to bomb them. We've been bombing the Houthis in Yemen now for about a month, I think, straight. Every night we're bombing the Houthis. Why the hell are we doing that? The Houthis are no danger to the Americans. They're a danger to Israel. We are essentially doing Israel's bidding in the Middle East right now. So maybe so. Let me go back to the box. Maybe so. Continuing on, I'll go to, I don't know what does that says? Boost something that says there. Wars save economies. Yeah, by killing people off for the great. Yeah, wars can be good for the economy. I'm not going to deny that, but it's not good for humanity. What is the name there? Boost, or what does that say?
Oh, yeah, I'm up, huh?
Yeah.
That's Ethan. It's Boost Brave Creators.
Okay.
That's what I do is I lift up people and I bring people together. I'm on kind of a mission. I'm the one guy out of 170 million to bring the plan to save humanity, the simplest way to say it. So, and that's what I've been doing. I don't know if you know Tony Ravioli, but his grandfather, Chef Boyardee, but he's backing my video contest. So if anybody wants to get involved in that, but do you know Tony Ravioli? A lot of people.
No. We're talking.
He's a big debater.
We're talking politics here, though.
Yeah. So well, I have to tell you a little bit about myself.
Okay.
When I have, the plan to save humanity, everybody cares about the big picture, and that's why I'm, here in politics.
What do you think of President Trump in regards to saving humanity?
I mean, when he took us out of the World Health Organization, I mean, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what they were trying to do with the Global Pandemic Treaty and the IHRs.
Elaborate. Give us a summary. Elaborate. Give us a summary. What were they doing?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about total control of your speech. You think we're censored now on here, like, vaccine passports.
How could the World Health Organization, the WHO, censor speech for Americans in America? What could they do to do that?
Yeah, that's part of what they were saying, because this was, COVID was kind of a trial run, and and it was, I mean, they were looking to get 100%, but
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. You said they were trying to censor. You said they were trying to censor speech. How could the World Health Organization?
Well, look at what they look at. I mean, they did. We know about from the Twitter files that that doctors were being shut down, silenced, that were trying to get their effective measures or what they were finding out.
Shut down
They
by
were being
who?
censored.
Okay, the World Health Organization does not have any. Hold on. The World Health Organization does not have any legal jurisdiction within the United States. How could they censor free speech in America?
So when that's the thing is that when you declare a pandemic, they're trying to get certain control measures.
They never got it. They never got it.
They did modify IHRs. You watch when you see the next pandemic, and I hope there isn't one. And us not holding them accountable is an invitation. Bill Gates already said publicly, the next one's going to make look like a cakewalk.
Well, Trump said it would be gone by April of that year. What happened with that?
I don't know.
Any idea? He said that COVID would be gone by April of 2020.
Okay, and it wasn't.
Right. Any idea why he would say that?
No, I mean, well, he also said something about drinking bleach, which, if you look into it, chlorine dioxide. I mean, that there's look it up, but I can give you the website. It's healthrevolutionsolution.com. But there's on Telegram they have just the testimonials. They have 20,000 people for the testimonials for chlorine dioxide.
So you're telling me that Trump said, well, he said disinfectant, but let's go with bleach. You're telling me 20,000 people actually did that shit?
Yeah. I mean, there's a website of 20,000. My friend was a moderator on it, and Dr. Jim Humble, his name is. You got to be careful with that information because they like to censor you.
What happened?
It's extreme.
When these 20,000 people ingested disinfectant, what happened to them?
They show a before and after with what it does to the cells of jabbed blood. So I could show you a picture.
So wait a minute. So in other words, they got the jab and they took bleach.
It's good for all. There's all kinds of diseases. You would not believe the science behind it. There's a lot of people that have had lots of good results.
What about the vax itself? A lot of people had good results with that. Why not just take the vax? What all the medical professionals are advising.
So, do you think it was safe and effective?
Yeah, I've had all of the booster shots, and I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they keep coming out with more. I would be very careful. And here's the thing: you even try to find, unless you are on that kind of, you're getting that kind of information. You try to search out, and we know about the myocarditis. This is allegedly, they did a test of 777 people in Sweden, but they found 1 in 35. Is what they reported.
Let me just say it this way. Here's why. You asked me, do I consider it safe and effective? I'll just tell you this.
Right.
In America, I think they said damn near 50% of this country, 150 million people or more, have been vaccinated. If this stuff was harmful, there would not be anywhere you could hide all the bodies or the illnesses. You're talking about hundreds of millions of people. There's gonna be some case. You could give 150 million people one aspirin, and there would be some people who died from the aspirin. But overall, the number of people that have been harmed by the vax is incredibly low.
It's not. They've spent way more money
Where they at?
Turbo cancer. Turbo cancer. If you look at the amounts there's all kinds of studies that support this. You got to follow me, and I'll get you the information. I see stuff on it all the time. And so, for example, the Open VAERS reporting agency. Guess how many reported deaths they have within 14 days?
Out of 150 million, give me the number.
It's like 38,000.
That's way under 1%. The point I'm making is over 100 and some odd million people have been vaxxed. The numbers don't add up to suggest that it's dangerous.
There was vaccines that they had like 8 deaths on, and they pulled vaccines for way less. My one friend had a show, and he would just talk to injured people all day on TikTok. And you just believed that everybody that came to you on TikTok was telling the truth. Some people might have just wanted to be on. Yeah, sure, you might have a couple of those, but all day long he could do it. And my mom personally has had 3 operations for clots, and she has an autoimmune disorder that she never had.
Do you have any studies? Do you have any studies or programs that talk to a bunch of people that have been vaccinated and have been doing good? Do you ever talk to them people and count how many of them it is?
So, the one guy, he was a reporter, and he said, the doctor said to him, we'll check you out in 3 years. I was just looking at this story. The guy ended up unaliving. George Foreman, another one. All these young
George Foreman, you talking about George Foreman, the fighter?
Yeah, he just died recently.
Yeah, how old was George Foreman?
I think he went before his time. But that documentary died suddenly. They don't call it the clot shot for nothing, okay? But you can, I'm telling you, look up this website, healthrevolutionsolution.com, because you can repair your cells. I can show you.
Let me just say it like this. Let me just say it like this. I don't have any medical background whatsoever. And I tend to trust my physician. At the end of the day, why the hell would I go to them and pay the money if I don't trust them? And my physician says the exact opposite of what you're saying. So, in all of the physicians because I work in a hospital environment, I don't know anybody that talks like this. In the medical community.
I don't know how. Okay, let me tell you about this. So, Dr. Fauci reportedly for TikTok, for entertainment purposes only, this is all speculation. This is all facts I'm making up. But remdesivir, I can't say it right. I'm not
What about it?
Totally correct. But
what about it?
Remdesivir. So in 2019, Anthony Fauci was involved with the Ebola study. They gave that drug they used it as a test. It had a 51% mortality rate, reportedly. Then he oversaw it being given to, and you can check this out, not many people died at home. And the same thing with kids. Kids were hardly any kids died from COVID. Yeah. And here they are, they're putting it on the vaccine schedule. Handsome liberal.
Okay, you started out suggesting that you were here to unify people. Do you think what you're talking about now promotes unity?
Well, I'm trying to be honest. I care about you.
No, you said unity. Were you trying to be honest when you said unity?
Yes, I was.
Have you been unifying America with? Have you been unifying America with this information you're presenting now?
Oh yeah, you can tell how well it works, right?
Right.
Really.
I don't see the unity.
You have to get Dr. Artemis, or I think his name is, but he gives all kinds of information. He has so many different things, but let me tell you, when they say information about COVID, you cannot
put any misinformation on TikTok or Facebook. They have clamped down on any misinformation about COVID and the medical. You cannot make.
Okay, I'll just tell you this. I just tell you this. I have my own personal physician that's been dealing with me for over a decade. Why would I forego my own personal physician? No, but why would I forego my own personal physician that know me and go with some dude offline that's never met me?
Because they're trained by the Rockefellers. They don't.
What the hell does that got to do with this? The Rockefellers? What does that got to do with this?
Yes, it's all based on petroleum. It's like the whole gamut of like Pfizer in the 156 years has never gave a cure. It's all little, fix the symptoms.
I gotta move it. I gotta move it on, but I'm just going to say it makes no sense.
Let me talk about.
I got other people waiting, man. I got other people waiting, but I'm just going to say it makes no sense. It makes no sense to have your own personal physician if you're not going to listen to them. I have my own physician that's been dealing with me for over a decade. Why would I go against with my own personal physician that's examined me every damn year and take the advice of some dude online that don't know me from a hole in the wall? Why would I go with that guy?
They're just studies. They're peer-reviewed studies. These are available to everybody. He should be considering him. He should be the one telling you this, not me. But because there is this, they get kickbacks, and it becomes. The people that are making up these claims are not making up the claims. They showed the autopsies. They never had these big long white strenuous things that they're pulling out of people until that was introduced.
Right, and when I asked you how often do they cover people who've been vaxxed and had nothing wrong, I don't really know. They're looking for negativity. All of the hundreds of thousands of people that have had no complications, they're skipping over them. They're looking for problems.
But it's such a thing. It's such a prevalent thing. They call it the Depop cloud shot. Come on. They're not, and the further you get out from your last time, I've never been injected. I've never even got COVID, but I'm telling you, look in the remdesivir, and the thing that they were giving people, most of the people that were unalive were because of that. And that, that's the study that they did in 2019.
Okay, I gotta move it on. But thanks for coming through, man. All right, listen. At the end of the day, there are folks who do subscribe to what he is saying. The vaccine has been controversial since day one. So I got folks in the comments right now that are saying what he is saying is true. There have been people who have. Here's my take on it. When the pandemic hit, Trump was in the process of running for a second term. The number one selling point of Trump's administration was we had a good economy under President Trump. So running for re-election, he was going to run on the notion that he gave us a good economy. Pandemic strikes and hits. Big dog, yeah! Thank you for the hat and mustache, appreciate it. All of a sudden, the pandemic breaks out in late 2019, November 2019. Appreciate that, big dog. The pandemic starts to kick in. I think the first cases started taking place around Thanksgiving of 2019. Obviously, 2020 is the year they're going to be campaigning strongly for president with the election in November of that year. Trump is running on the economy. Pandemic hits. And all the medical professionals are talking about shit like wearing masks, social distancing, closing down airports, closing down businesses, and destroying the economy. With the economy being Trump's biggest selling point, the last thing he wanted to do was shut down the economy in an election year. So even though the medical professionals, due to COVID, were saying shut things down, Trump was trying to find a way to keep it open. And what happened was he ended up speaking out of both sides of his neck. Well, we should shut it down, but if a state wants to keep it open, and he's speaking back and forth. And to this day, by the way, Trump supporters still have that very mixed message about how to deal with COVID. It's still, if you talk to liberals and independents, getting vaxxed, following the doctor's orders and things like that is a lot more clear. But on the MAGA, on the Trump side, you got folks like my last caller and folks like me all within the same party because Trump was giving mixed messages the whole time. That's why to this day, you do have folks like that are skeptical of the vax, is because the way it came out, Trump went and got vaxxed, his family got vaxxed, and he didn't even tell the public about it. He let them continue believing the vax was something to be suspicious of, even though he had received it. So he's the one that kind of propagated what my last caller was talking about. Letting these folks, another one, he goes, okay, he's on television. Now, you heard my last caller bring up Dr. Fauci. Trump's on television with Dr. Fauci several times during the pandemic, letting Dr. Fauci talk about social distancing, letting Dr. Fauci talk about the importance of wearing masks and washing your damn groceries before you bring them home, all of that stuff. Trump's on television standing right next to him while he's telling the American public to do this stuff. Trump's not criticizing or pushing back at all. Trump has them on TV, so it looks like they are a duo in unison. But then at night, Trump holds rallies with his whole audience yelling, "Fire Dr. Fauci." Next day, Trump's right back on TV with Dr. Fauci, letting the man give instructions to the public. That's mixed messaging. That's mixed messaging. And that mixed message mindset continues to this day among MAGA. That still continues to this day. All Trump had to say is this guy don't know what the hell he's talking about. I want to reallocate him to the HIV task force or put him somewhere else. I don't think he's accurate with his COVID advice. And I'm going to appoint this person or that person. Go get Dr. Oz or whoever the hell you want. By being on TV with the guy, it makes it look like you actually are in concert with what he said. You agree with it. But then you go to rallies at night and you're letting the folks yell, "Fire Dr. Fauci." I mean, it was just a mess. It was just a mess. I agree with you cats in the comments. Trump equals chaos. And that's why among his supporters, you still have all that mixed messaging. A lot of MAGA has been vaccinated. A lot of MAGA are like my last caller, all within the same party. Some folks think the vax saved their life. Others think it's poison. All of that's within the MAGA group because his messaging was poor from the beginning. Looking in the comments, so go to the White House Gov and look up lab leak. Much of the stuff was not based on science. Well, Trump was president during the pandemic. He should have been, all I'm saying is he should have been clear with what was going on. His messaging was terrible. That's why you got folks like my last caller on here saying all that stuff. People call the cops on me all the time, try to take me out of stores and establishments for not masking or having a vax. I am ungovernable. Well, you can be ungovernable, but if you walk into somebody's private business and don't follow the rules of their business, they have the right to tell you to leave. No shoes, no shirt, no service. Remember that? You don't just walk in there with your damn nipples out and tell them, well, I'm ungovernable. If at the time they deem you as a health threat because the government is advising them that people without masks deemed to be a safety risk, they have a right to tell you don't do it. You can't just walk in people's shit. Well, I can't be governed. No, they have a right to kick your ass out. Looking in the comments, Evil Super Majin Boo says Trump ain't shit. Says big shout out to Mo Betta, the next congresswoman. Thank you for saying what you said. Miss Mo Betta he's referring to. Trump is another Lex Luthor. He is motivated by unchecked power. He's dangerous. Congress won't do anything because Trump has power over them. I like to push back. I like to play devil's advocate. I can't right now. I can't. That's an interesting comment. I can't. And I would if I could, but I see a lot of similarities to Lex Luthor, played by the late Gene Hackman. I see a lot of similarities between Lex Luthor and Trump. I would push back if I could, but that actually is a very fitting description Trump does have a lot of similarities to Lex Luthor from Superman. Majin Buu agreed, but I disagree that Trump is. He says no. You don't think Trump is like Lex Luthor? I think he is. Because I said before, Lex is trying to take over the world and view the office as a demotion. Trump is only hiding from his crimes. No, I don't think Trump is hiding from his crimes at this point. Will, at this point, there's no need to hide anymore. Okay, Trump is in at no risk at this point of going to jail at all. I mean, even if he got impeached and had to step down, he is at no risk of going to jail. I mean, he knows that at this point. He's not hiding from his crimes. I do think he's closer to wanting to take over the world. I see the Lex Luthor in Trump more than I see him running from his crimes. That's what I see. Major Boo says, well, you make a good point, but here's the same verification. What does that say? I can't. Revification. Is that what that says there? Revification. Trump ain't Lex Luthor as the same now, even though Lex wanted to take over the world. Didn't Trump say something about he controls the world recently? He just said that. He's already said something like that. Trump is doing the same thing. He's doing it, I'm sorry, many different ways. Yeah, I see a lot of similarities to Trump and Lex Luthor. I just do. Martial law may be slowly coming to community, says Joe D. I hope you are wrong with that. I really do. Martial law, damn. Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program. Didn't they just vote on something to give them somewhat some powers to invoke martial law? Didn't that just happen?
Are you talking to me?
Talking to you.
I'm just asking. Are you talking to me?
Talking to you. What are you, Joe Pesci?
No, you didn't have Michael Jackson on. You didn't have Janet on with Miss Mo Better. You had Scott Baio on with Margaret X. Then you had Yosemite Sam on. And then you went to Jermaine Jackson with Real Talk. So who am I? Am I Randy, Marlon, or Tito? Just tell me who I am tonight.
Oh, my God. You don't want
Would you do that, please?
You don't went through the whole Jacksons. I don't know. You might be Eddie Kane from the High Five Harbies. I don't know.
I mean, shit. Anyway, hey, just real quick. There's one gentleman in the comments. Where'd he go? Bama Landscaper. We've been having a really good banter down in the comments. It's been actually a chill in the comments. I appreciate you actually having a dialogue back and forth and going online and looking some stuff up. Most people won't do that. So I just wanted to give them a shout out for that.
Okay. So I'm assuming you may have heard a few things you disagree with.
Shit, man, it's been an hour and a half, and then you had Yosemite Sam. I'm trying to go back to what the subject was. Before Yosemite was up here, or Foghorn Leghorn, whoever the hell that was.
Yosemite. Well, first of all, we're talking about the notion of, do you trust your government? Because right now, we're giving Trump the power to deem you as a enemy combatant, or what is the other one? Usually to invoke the Alien Enemies Act. We're giving Trump the power to literally affix negative labels on a person and then act based on the labels that he put on them. Do you trust that he will do that on the up and up and not use his powers for, revenge or something like that?
I don't believe Trump has the ability to do anything on the up and up. Like anything. I don't think he's capable of doing anything on the up and up. There's always a reason for him to do something. He just doesn't do things because it's the right thing to do. He just doesn't.
What if the reason is to defend our borders and get a bunch of bad ne'er-do-wells out of the country?
If he was going to do it the right way, he would do it the right way. Right? So you're asking me, do I trust him? If he wanted to do that in the right way, Tim, he would be doing so. If he wanted to do something with merit and integrity, he would do it. He has everything at his disposal.
Yeah.
He has no limitations to do things the right way.
But then I'm going to play devil's advocate and defend him from this aspect. He is stating that Biden, Sleepy Joe, let so many of these folks in with the open border policies of Biden There's no way you could give everybody due process. There's just too many of these folks in this country, and unfortunately, this is the only way you can make America safe again. It's just to get them out.
I'm gonna go back to what every time you say something about what he doesn't have the ability to do it the right way, because what you just said is a lie. Everything that he does is propaganda. It's not like he ever says something on the merit. You've been saying this forever, Tim. Why lie when the truth will suffice?
I do.
Am I right?
Yeah.
You've been saying that the entire time I've been knowing you about him.
Yeah.
So why could I ever believe that he was trying to do something for the right reasons for everyone? He's never exhibited that, ever. People just deal with it or accept it or like it. But it's not right. It's just, it is what it is. I mean, everything you just said is based on the foundation of the starting point in the argument, period. And if I believe that as soon as you open your mouth that you're probably lying to me, the conversation at that point doesn't matter. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't matter if I believe your starting point is from a bad place.
Yeah, it does. It does make sense. So you believe that Trump is just inherently dishonest?
I don't think he's ever been anything but what he is. I don't think Trump has ever been an honorable man.
Damn.
Ever. I don't think he's ever had an honorable moment, a genuine honorable moment in his life. Everything is transactional with him. Everything.
It's worked well for the man. I mean, the man has come a long way. It's worked well for him, whatever he's doing.
Well, because the privileges that he was born with allowed him to do it.
Now, see in the comments, Mike Hawk said he's doing something right.
He's doing what he's allowed to do, and that's the thing. But right now, people are saying he's doing something right, but he's not doing anything right. That's the whole point. If you believe in what he's doing, then you agree with him doing the wrong thing. You're just okay with it.
You know, the thing about it is, from a MAGA standpoint, they believe that Biden let in a whole bunch of folks that amount to nothing but terrorists and a danger to this country. So what if a few of them get caught up in the system or don't get due process? He's getting out some really genuine bad hombres. So to them, he is doing what's right, because without Trump, America would be unsafe. It's being overrun by rapists and unalivers.
Right, but everything you just said from a messaging was a lie. That's my whole point. We're not being overrun by any of that. You see what I'm saying? You're starting from a place where the lie, where we're talking about the lie, and then people are defending the lie.
Yeah.
So he's not right. He's feeding them bullshit, and we all know it. There's been no stats to prove anything that he said about the border, about crime, or none of that. None of it. So how can you go back and say he's doing something right when he's lying? The problem is people aren't calling it out. And I'm talking about every message. Tim, I asked you this last week. When is the last time you heard him say something unifying to all American people?
Well, you know, when he's talking about fighting waste, fraud, and abuse, that should be unifying, but the way he's doing it is not.
Because he's lying.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this man has never been honorable about anything, Tim. And it's not even about politics. You set politics aside. When I first met you, I told you I told you this. Y'all know if you remember this. I told you there's nothing redeemable about Trump. Do you remember I told you that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, but to say it's something redeemable, that's harsh. Man, that's harsh.
Tim, it's not my story. It's what he's writing. Tell me something that's honorable.
His first presidency is redeemable. I don't think, other than his handling of the pandemic, his first presidency would otherwise be viewed as a success. Take away the pandemic in January 6th, and his first president was fairly successful.
Both of those major events you just mentioned were born on deceit and lie. Both of them, Tim.
Yeah.
He knew about the pandemic. You remember the interview with Bob Woodward and Bob played the audio when he was saying, this is some really bad shit. Do you remember that?
I think I do.
And it was in Bob Woodward's book, but he had the audio where Trump was saying, this is some really bad shit. Like, this is really bad.
Yeah. Well, he got rid of the playbook. He got rid of the playbook from Obama.
Okay.
Yeah, he got rid of the pandemic playbook from Obama.
No, well, he came in just destroying everything that Obama did for the sake of destroying everything he did, like moving his picture to the back of all the. There's nothing redeemable about this man, Tim. Listen. He's talking about Taylor Swift. Look how petty our president is. He's talking about Taylor Swift when the Eagles came to the White House.
You're
still thinking about Taylor Swift?
But I got a person, and I agree with that. I mean, the same thing with Obama. On better yet, Joe Biden. You can't put a microphone in front of Trump's face nowadays without him taking a swing at Obama. But in the comments, someone talked about, look, we voted for the man's policies. We didn't vote for his character. How do you respond to that?
Because everything here's the thing, and I told you this before, you're either, and I've told you, white Christian nationalists, white supremacists, you're a racist, or you like being in proximity of those things. Now, they can say they didn't vote for his character, they voted for his policy, but all of his policies were built on deceit because they were a derivative of a program that he said he didn't know anything about.
Well, right now you still can't prove he knew about Project 2025.
Sure we can.
How?
You can say that. But if you look at who's in his orbit, when you look at who wrote the foreword for Kevin Roberts' book, when you tie everything together, it tells you he knew. What I'm saying is there's nothing that this man has not done based on this level of deceit.
By the way,
it's not speculation, Mike Hawk. See, here's the thing. They call that speculation. I wouldn't sit here and say it was speculation if it was Biden.
By the way, though, when you described how MAGA is, wanting to be in proximity with racism and things like that, MAGA Reacts stated, I'm none of the stuff you're talking about.
You said what? MAGA Reacts said it?
Yeah, he said, I'm none of those things you just indicated that MAGA are. I mean, in other words, he voted for Trump for legitimate reasons.
But the last thing I didn't say was, or they're part of this cult. And MAGA Reacts is.
You think MAGA Reacts is in a cult?
I think anybody that can't see flaws in this man are part of a cult. I don't care if you still support him, but if you look at everything he does and you can dismiss it, you are a cult member.
Damn.
Listen, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. But when you hear a Trump supporter explain away everything he does and then just go, well, that's what we voted for, then what are we seeing in him? You voted for harm.
Well, I gotta give MAGA Reacts credit. He did admit sending Kilmar Borrego Garcia to prison was wrong. He did admit the guy doesn't deserve to be in prison.
How long? And you know why, Tim? Because he couldn't go anywhere else. But even when he says that, he also doesn't say he doesn't accept the facts that the guy that sent him knew, and the guy that all of this is behind. Let me give you a perfect example. The courts just decided that the Enemy Aliens Act is unlawful, and they permanently barred it.
Yes.
Today, right?
Yep.
Today.
Yep.
Tim, we knew this from the beginning. It's not like we're saying anything new. You and I had this conversation. Dan Callis had this conversation. When he put in that executive order naming those gang members terrorists, he was targeting brown people because that's his target, and he doesn't care what happens to him. Well, what happened? That's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. We talked about it before the election with the mass deportations. You're going to have to violate laws and rights and all these things, and that's exactly what's happening.
I definitely can take credit for saying I told you so. Well, not you, but my viewers. I stated that Trump would be better at securing the border than any president in history because I believed that he would be so gung-ho in securing the border that he would break the law to do so. I said that over and over again, and man, I didn't want to be as right as I've turned out to be, but I mean, he's right up there to the point where the only thing he really isn't doing at this point is ordering the death of somebody coming across the border. But our border security now is on par with the likes of North Korea and, the Berlin Wall from Russia. I mean, you don't find any first world country where you could enter illegally and get treated as bad as you do coming in our country now. Our border security is pretty bad right now. You're not safe entering America illegally anymore.
Well, I would say you might not be safe entering it legally, depending on based on what they're trying to do. Listen, everywhere we turn, I'm gonna land my plane here because I know we've been going, but I figured after Fargo and Leghorn, you give me a little grace. Everything that we're seeing here is out of that playbook, Tim. Everything. He hasn't signed an executive order for all people since he's been in office. Not in a positive way, not in a unifying way. He hasn't done anything. When I asked you what is he said that's unifying, you can't answer. And the most staunch Trump supporter can't answer that either, because he hasn't said one thing unifying since he's been in office. He couldn't do it on Easter. He couldn't do it on Christmas. He couldn't do it on Thanksgiving. Yeah. Name me one time he said something. Trump
runs for victory, not for unity. He wants to win, not unite.
At all costs, including no integrity, no character, no morals, and no ethics, because that's who he is. And people keep trying to put this skirt on a pig and say it's not a pig. It's still fresh bacon. We keep trying to make this something that is not. And if people still support him, they got to ask themselves, how much of their own integrity are they willing to sacrifice to try to make him something he's not?
Good question. All right, Mike. Thanks for coming in.
And next time, don't treat me like Tito. I mean, damn it, that was bullshit.
Tito, here's some tissue.
And Tito go. I like what you did there. I like what you did there with the tissue.
All right.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it. That's an old Eddie Murphy. Tito, give me some tissue. Looking in the comments, changing the name of Veterans Day is so sad and unnecessary. I think that Trump is just trying to leave his legacy behind and go down in the history books as things he's done and just do as many things as you can. Because there are some presidents that are, for the most part, totally forgotten. I think history will... George H.W. Bush is a perfect example. The George Bush Sr., kind of a forgotten president. I mean, I would probably put Jimmy Carter in that realm in terms of presidents in near our lifetime. I would probably put Jimmy Carter in that realm, with the exception of Jimmy Carter did so much as a humanitarian after leaving the White House. But for the most part, his presidency was uneventful. And I think Trump is trying to leave a long legacy behind. And you're right there. You are correct, MAGA Reaction, stating that one-term presidents. Yeah, I'm trying to think, George W. Bush, two-term president, I think that he obviously has a legacy, but it's not going to be positive. It's going to be, his main issue is the Iraq War. There really is nothing positive about the George W. Bush presidency, and he's a two-term president. So I think Trump is trying his best to never be a forgotten president. But I don't think he really needs to do anything. I think he's already at the point where he'll never, and just like I mentioned, George W. Bush, his main accolade is something negative with the Iraq War. Right now, most of Trump's accolades are negative. If you think about what he will be historically remembered for, what amongst that list is positive? The economy was decent during his first term, but there's a host of presidents that have had a decent economy. That's nothing new. You don't go back through the history and think about what the economy was like under every president. Most of the time, it's something else that stood out. And with President Trump, it's gonna be stuff like January 6th, first president to be impeached twice. Right now it ain't nothing positive. That's not to say that it won't happen. He still has 3 years. But right now, his legacy, if he passed away today, his future legacy would be mostly negative stuff. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, what has he done at this point? He served a year. I mean, he served a whole term, rather. He served a whole term, and he served 3 months of a second term. If he was to pass away today, and folks were to be discussing him 30, 40 years from now, what do you think is going to come up? It's going to be all negative stuff. He hasn't really passed any major signature legislation that helped everybody out. I mean, it's mostly going to be negative stuff. Trump got rid of Roe v. Wade. That would be one, but is that viewed positively? A large portion of the country don't view that as positive. I mean, overall, among women, I think, I'm speculating here because I don't know. I don't have any numbers in front of me. But my guess is among women, more than 50% of women have a negative view of rolling back Roe v. Wade than a positive one. Men, maybe is different. But getting rid of Roe v. Wade, I don't think will go down in history as a positive accomplishment of Trump. Because keep in mind, until Roe v. Wade, or better yet, a woman's right to choose comes back, that's going to be the topic of every election going forward. Every presidential candidate going forward will be asked about that because women want that back. Women want that back. And they don't want it to expand to something federal encompassing all 50 states. I don't think that's going to be viewed as a positive for Trump, unless you're talking to a base of evangelicals or something like that. Well, I guess y'all like losing, says Creed. We lost the last election. What's the big deal? I mean, Trump lost in 2020, the Democrats lost in 2024. It ain't the end of the world. This time, 4 years ago, the Republican Party was just as much in disarray as the Democratic Party is right now. Folks talking about the Democrats don't have a leader and they're going to lose elections. What do you think they were saying April, some 3 months after January 6th? Impeachments were still hovering around. Trump was still facing a host of criminal charges upcoming. The Republican Party was just as much in disarray 3 months after Biden won the election as the Democrats are right now 3 months after Trump won. It's not the end, and you see what happened. Trump won the next race. It's not the end of the world. Folks tend to think that the Democrats are in disarray, so they can't come back. Forgetting that the Republicans were in this exact same spot 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we're talking May of 2021. January 6th was still fresh in the imagination. I don't know when the January 6th hearings committee formed, but all of that stuff was still off in the future. There was still talk that Trump might end up in prison. The Republican Party did not have any clear leadership at all 4 years ago. So, okay, the Democrats don't. It's only been a few months since the Republicans won. Looking in the comments, not really in 2020. We knew Trump should have won. We knew Biden was gonna be bad. No, you didn't know Trump was going. Trump told you he won, and to this day he hasn't proved anything other than that looks suspicious or that. He hasn't proved that. So when you say you know he should have won, what is it based on? Let me go back to the box though. We'll go to Nicole Gooden. Good evening, or welcome to the program. Is that top down? Good evening, welcome to the program, Nicole. What do you think? The Democrats, I'm hearing the Democrats have simply lost their way. What do you think?
They appear to be lost.
Can they be found?
You can't deny that.
Yeah. But it's only a few months after the election. I mean, that's what tends to happen.
Well, they're divided.
Yeah.
In the fact of they don't, like you just said about Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them want to do that, and then some want to nuck if you buck,
Do you? Let me ask it to you this way: Would you, if the Democrats take the election in 2028, do you want a Democratic leader or a progressive to be just as brash and harsh for the left as Trump has been for the right? You want revenge?
I want them to undo every fucking thing that bastard did. Period. I want them to have the fucking executive orders. Have the motherfuckers printed out for the first day. Everything reversed that shit.
Well, wait a minute though, but Trump has done some things that a lot of Americans favor, like the protection of women's sports. You want to let transgender males play in women's sports?
I don't agree with that at all. First of all, it's a common sense thing, and I don't really understand why people so up in arms about it. But at the same time, give them their own lane. Give them some transgender shit. They own little sports and colleges, whatever. Let them compete wherever, however they can. But at the same time, no, a man should not be playing in a woman's sport.
Well, when you say give them their own lane, the problem with that is under the Trump administration, we no longer recognize the transgender's existence. We only recognize two genders. Are you saying that we should go back to recognizing that they exist?
Of course you should recognize they exist. They're human. They're just different. But the thing with Trump that people don't really, and your other guests spoke on this, but I'm just gonna say what it is. You ain't gotta call them white supremacists, nationalists. They fucking racist. That's just plain point. That's just what it is. It's okay.
You believe that all MAGA are racist?
Yes. And hate, right? That you would rather see your brothers, your cousins, your uncles get deported and snatched up. For what?
Why would
Everyone to benefit you.
why would blacks that vote for Trump be, who are they racist against? You're telling me black man, let's say Clarence Thomas, the Supreme Court justice. He's racist against who?
It is. Sometimes people think that they white. Sometimes people think that they white. Sometimes people think that they're accepted by the white community.
Yeah, you sound like the Cubanos or the Venezuelans that voted for Trump. People suggest that they thought the same thing, that, you know, they're Hispanic, but they thought because they're light-skinned Hispanic, they were going to be treated as white.
Clearly, and here's the scary part of this. The shit that they talking about they voted for and that his policies. Here's the scary part. The shit that's happening to immigrants or other people that we so-called don't like, transgender, it will fall back on us Americans, us citizens that have the rights.
Explain.
Right?
What do you mean?
So, just like he's shipping, he wants to send homegrown criminals there. What will stop him from snatching up American citizens? He's looking for a reason to start some shit with Mexico through the cartel. Everything that he does has a ripple effect of negativity. And it will affect white people, black people, brown people, those citizens that live here, or maybe he'll do a draft because nobody wants to get back in the army. All of these different things, everything that he is doing will roll back on us. We will pay for it no matter how much independent, democratic you are or whatever. We all have to pay for that shit together.
But you mentioned with Mexico. Now, one of Trump's claim to fame, his claim to fame during his first term was, we didn't have any new wars. You heard that a lot during his first term. No new wars under Trump. Do you believe this second go-round, he's literally looking for military conflicts?
Yes, because he wants to take Canada, he wants to take Mexico, he wants to take Greenland. You know, okay, so the first time he had people in there that could kind of help him and steer him away from bullshit.
Yeah.
So this time he has a bunch of ass kissers and they just go along to get along. And then, well, he was saying that they're disloyal and they're in a cult. I totally agree with that. But look at this. What Cheney did was she had a mind of her own. She voted with him, but she also spoke up against things that she didn't agree with. What the fuck is wrong with that?
Well,
when did we become a society that everybody has to fucking agree with something you say, and we know it's fucking wrong? That's the problem. It's wrong.
Well, the problem was Liz Cheney with the January 6th hearings committee. She was working with Nancy Pelosi. That's the enemy. That is like the enemy of MAGA. You can't be a bigger enemy of MAGA than Nancy Pelosi. So when you're working with Nancy Pelosi to go after Trump, that's akin to just straight treason.
And again. Here we are with the kindergarten semantics. Oh, you took my Jell-O. I'm gonna take. Like this, he is so. I'm sorry. He is the worst president we have ever fucking had. He's the most ignorant, arrogant, and stupid president that we have ever had. And the only reason that it's unifying them is because he's doing bad shit to people.
Wait, the worst? You think Trump is I mean, we've had presidents, Nicole, that have orchestrated over slavery and Jim Crow laws. You putting Trump at the bottom?
But see, the difference in that was that's how we came in. It was created. So they went along to get along. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I get your point. I get your point, but I'm going to push back and say this. There were presidents who were openly against civil rights for blacks or freedom for blacks during a time when they were trying to give blacks freedom. They were fighting against it. You think Trump is worse than that?
Yes, because the problem is America has become too diverse for him. And America has become too diverse for a lot of these white tea people that support him.
The man is claiming he's done more for HBCUs than any other president in history. You saying that the country's become too diverse for a man that they claim has had the man is allegedly lent money to Jesse Jackson. They claim he's had a black girlfriend. That guy, you believe the world is too diverse for Trump?
He ain't done shit. Only thing, let me tell you, and the only reason he fucks with black people, those celebrities, is because they're celebrities. He likes the popularity of hanging with Mike Tyson or something. He thinks that gives him credit, or having Snoop come and kiss his ass and do whatever he did for him for his inauguration. That's bullshit. That means nothing.
Yeah, but
he's a manipulator. He's a liar. When have we had a president that you know every time he get his ass on TV, he lying?
But do you really see him as a racist that hates blacks that bad?
We've got 350,000 people that move through here.
I mean, I want you to see something. And I want to get your opinion on this. This is an actual clip of President Trump. A little bit of time has expired, but I want you to see this.
All right, there was a strange moment at that same news conference that we wanted to show you. That press conference was on the site of the old post office building, which Trump is converting to a hotel. A woman in the audience asked Trump if he'd hire veterans at that hotel. Here's how he responded.
What are you looking for? What kind of a position? Come up here, come here. You look so smart and good. Do you mind if I do a job interview right now? We need good people. How are you? So what's your experience in front of the world?
Well, I design, I do wreaths, I do all types of decorations.
And you like this building?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
So here's what I'm going to do. There's the men. Stand right over here. If we can make a good deal in the salary, she's going to probably have a job, okay? All right, good. Have a good time. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you.
Does that look like a racist man?
That looks like some stage bullshit.
Come on! I mean, he called a black woman on stage, gave her a chance to meet him. I mean, you're not giving him credit at all for this?
How likely is that to happen? How? Your little black ass in the audience and you get to speak to the president and say, are you hiring? What?
You sure you know, I get a lot of my guests that has a phrase called Trump derangement syndrome. You sure you just don't like this? You sure you're not just hating on this man no matter what?
Because I told you in the beginning, I said he had the power to do a lot.
Yeah.
He could unify. He could unify if he wanted to. He could bring this whole country together, but he likes to spew bullshit.
But what about that? Was that not something? What about that clip? Was that not something that appeared to at least look like he was trying to unify to some degree?
No. It looked like a ploy. It looked like some bullshit, just like that person who shot at him. That just some setup, made up shit for propaganda and bullshit. That's it.
Okay, well, here's another one, just for shits and giggles. This is Trump once again out in public Look at his audience.
Look at the way you hold. You like each other, right? I think that's very nice. Have a good time. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. So we'll order 30 milkshakes. We'll give them out to the people and we'll take some for ourselves, okay? Good. Thank you very much, everybody. Hello. This is Billy.
He's in the Chick-fil-A in a black neighborhood, affiliate, he's associated with the black folks and all of that. No credit at all, huh?
What is he doing? Okay, so why are you there? That's a ploy. You're in a black neighborhood. What are you there to do? What's your fucking purpose?
He's there to talk to the community, what a politician should do.
Are you there to give those black girls back there some scholarships? Are you asking them what they want to do or what they want to be like? What did he do besides get a photo op?
I mean, he's doing what a politician should do. He's actually engaging with the public, but he's showing that he's willing to do it with black people.
We're talking about what of course, he'll talk to you. That means nothing. He'll leave. Once he leaves there, they'll never see his ass again, and everything that they've worked for will probably go to shit.
You think if a black person got to meet Obama, they would get to meet him again? I met Kamala Harris, took a picture with her and everything. I'm not going to see her again. I mean, that's kind of normal.
I'm saying there's nothing significant that happened to your life, and there's nothing significant that happened to their life. He didn't do anything. But right now, what he is doing, he's fucking with Social Security. He's fucking with Medicaid. He's fucking with Medicare. He's fucking with all these fucking programs that help Americans and seniors. It might not be no fucking Social Security after I done paid 40-something years into this shit. What?
Well, but that is speculation for now. We don't know that for certain. That is speculation.
Okay, so you essentially shut down most of the offices. You have a skeleton crew. People that are having problems with their Social Security have to go hundreds of miles away just to change something or fix something. The things that they used to be able to do automated over the phone, they can no longer do. You're talking about fucking 50, 60, 70, 80-year-old people. They're not internet savvy. So how is my mother or somebody older supposed to keep up with that type of shit? Drive?
Well, according to Trump, he's not going to touch entitlements, some of the things you're talking about. So he is suggesting that a lot of this stuff is speculation that he's going to mess with Social Security or Medicare and Medicaid. He's saying he's not going to do that. That's just liberal fear-mongering.
Okay, so since you want to answer that way, all that money they want to cut, where is it going to come from? Because it's not coming from the billionaires. The biggest entitlements are Medicaid, Medicare, those programs. That's, you are basically providing health care for most of the nation. What else would you fucking cut?
Well, his response, the administration's response is the money's going to come from the tariffs. By imposing tariffs on some of these nations that are taking advantage of us, it's going to produce more money.
The deals that he won't tell us who he making deals with. Oh, that shit.
All right.
I forgot. Wait. And they believe that shit. Just wait. How long? No, we're not going. They never name drop. Who the fuck does that? We're talking. Yeah, we're in negotiations. China, like, we ain't talking to these motherfuckers.
Well, I'm hearing as of today that China is indicated they are willing to talk.
China said that they were ready to talk.
Yeah.
Today, this is 2 weeks later. He been lying for 2 weeks talking about everybody's calling me. My phone's ringing off the hook. All this other. Come on, Tim. Are you seeing?
He's only off by 13 days. Get a man a little bit of credit.
Now you drinking a Kool-Aid.
I gotta move it on. I took a beating in your audience for taking the other side of that, but in my audience, I took a beating.
You puffing, or what they say you do a fluffing?
Yeah, they say.
I've never said that, but you keep defending that bullshit if you want to, until somebody in your family get pulled over and sent to El Salvador. Then you be looking like, oh, these motherfuckers for real.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I wish I could say that that's no way in hell that could happen, but I'm not feeling that way anymore. But you just fucked my whole mood up with that. But I gotta move up because I do feel like there's some possibility that there could happen to Americans, and I don't want to be the one that lands on the wrong roulette wheel and that happens to me or my family, as you put it. But
that's my whole point. That's my last comment. comment. That's the part that I just have a problem with. If he could do it to them, he could do it to us. And that's the problem with it all right there. And they don't seem to care about that until they're in handcuffs screaming, what happened? You know what I mean? And it's too late now because you've given them all this power. But, hey.
I cannot argue with that, Nicole. Thanks for coming through.
Talk to you later.
All right. And I will say, in regards to what she said, I took a lot of flack for fluffing in the comment. In fact, King Finn had a whole damn hashtag called Stop the Fluffing. Look, I like to be able to play both sides of an issue. And there was a little bit of pushback, but I was thinking a lot. Even Denkow got in on it. I wanted to address the fact that what she said, though, it was sombering. And it is, in my opinion, it absolutely could happen. If you give somebody power to do something, it could happen to you. I understand a lot of folks have a mindset of it's meant to be used against them, but understand that them could easily be us. As Obama once said, before they were them, they were. I mean, it could certainly happen. It absolutely could happen. That the role. I mean, when he says he wants to use it against homegrown criminals or whatever, you don't know what he may designate. You know, Trump changes his mind on a dime. What he considers a homegrown criminal today might be a homegrown protester tomorrow. You just never know. Remember, we started out with rapists and murderers. We're all the way down to tattoos and protesters in 3 months. So you don't know. So I do agree with my last caller that you give somebody power to do this stuff, there is a chance it could happen to you. Will G says he did hide from his crimes by successfully getting into office, and now Trump is singing "Na na 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 boo-hoo" with the courts and enemies because they can't get him on the U.S. code. And that is true. I do believe Trump originally ran for office because it would help him out with his criminal cases. But I don't think he's worried about, criminal prosecution at this point. At this point, he is a free man guaranteed, no matter if he was to get impeached and leave office today. He successfully beat that stuff. But I do believe that originally that was a hell of a motivation to run, is that he was trying to get away from that stuff. We still lying about Judge Kano caller. Okay, Yoshi, I'm late on that comment because I don't know what that refers to at this point. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I do agree, says Evil Super Major Boo. I do agree MAGA Reacts is part of a cult. And your last caller, or this color, he is right. Trump is leading the Legion of Doom. Damn. The Legion of Doom. Now, my last caller suggested that Trump is the worst president ever. I'm not quite in that camp. There's a lot of things about Trump I don't like, but there are, I just finished reading, by the way, Bill O'Reilly's Confronting the Presidents. He does a chapter, just a quick, brief chapter on each president. So it starts out from George Washington and it goes all the way through to Obama. They don't cover Biden and Trump. They just give their opinion. Bill O'Reilly and his co-author talks about him. And there's a lot of presidents that are worse than Trump. Some of them folks are doing some really bad shit. And this was O'Reilly talking about it. I mean, he points out some really bad shit. Certainly things about, backing slavery and stuff like that on the side and banging slaves and all. Yeah, some of that shit is really bad, really underhanded. I told you that a country is needed to be declared war with to invoke the Alien Enemies Act. We are paying El Salvador under the table, and Trump wanted to run to Venezuela if he lost the last election. Trump was going to run to Venezuela? Really? Haven't heard that. So you're suggesting that if Trump lost the last election and was facing criminal prosecution, he was going to flee America to Venezuela? Nah, I can't buy that. Really? I would assume Netanyahu in Israel would have took him in. And you can live. Why would you want to live in it? Out of all the places you can go, I'd rather go to Russia I mean, Trump had a decent relationship with Putin. I'd rather live in Russia, Venezuela. Wow, really? I haven't heard that one. I have not heard that one. MAGA either has amnesia or are very delusional. I just think MAGA is set in their ways. They believe their side, and I don't think there's anything you can say or do to change their mind. That's how I think. MAGA is not going to admit anything other than we were right and you were wrong. May 7th is conclave for a new pope. We will see if Trump likes the pope will be chosen or Trump himself. They say the Pope franchise was the most progressive. Now I'm almost certain the opposite is coming. You think Trump might have something to do with the election of the Pope? I heard somebody was saying that in the beginning. You know, Trump has tentacles and everything. Someone was suggesting that Trump might actually have something to do with who they select as the next Pope. He was very critical of the last one because that guy was fairly progressive. That Pope was out of Argentina, I think he was from. He was a fairly progressive Pope, and Trump didn't like him. Evil Super Major Boo says, I do have to push back. He's not racist, but look at his wife. She is the bomb. LOL, but you do make a good point. There are certain ways he's being racist. You know, in regards to whether Trump is racist or not, I say it all the time. I don't know what's in a man's heart or not. But I don't think anybody calling Trump a racist is just speaking out of their ass. There are legitimate reasons to think that he is doing things that are racist. You know, what has he ever said or did that's racist? There's plenty there. There's plenty there. Now, the folks who support Trump are just going to interpret that stuff as not being racist. But yeah, here's my take on Trump. I'll just say this. And just going away from him being a racist, I'm going to say that I think he is an opportunist. I think he is an opportunist. He's going to seize on whatever opportunity helps him out the most. If associating and doing things favorable to, say, black people helps him out the most, then that's what he'll do. If associating, affiliating with racists helps him out the most, then that's what he will do. And in my humble opinion, and I know this one might piss off a few of my remaining MAGA viewers, but I'm just going to say this with all sincerity. And I don't believe all MAGA or all Republicans are racist. I don't believe that. But I do believe that if you're trying to be an opportunist and you're trying to seize on what group helps you the most, amongst the Republican Party, I believe the number of blacks that affiliate with the Republican Party are smaller quantity-wise than the number of racists that affiliate with the Republican Party. So if you're an opportunist, there are more racists that are going to help you within the ranks of the Republican Party than there are blacks. I do believe it. There are more racist Republicans than there are black Republicans. Not saying all Republicans are racist, but I think there are more in that group than there are in the African American group. And if you're going to go with who can help you win, then you're going to go with the larger group. That's the way I see it. Looking at the comments, sounds familiar. Didn't we just go through this with the last 4 years? I don't think anything we're going through now, we went through the last 4 years. In my opinion, the path of Biden reminds me of someone walking on the beach barefoot during high tide. It's as if Trump came in as a large wave, washed over the sand, and there is no trace that Biden ever walked on the beach. That's how it almost feels like we had 4 years of Trump, and then we had basically Trump running the country via like a puppet administration. It was almost like the whole, since 2015, it feels like Trump has been at the helm in some part or another. It almost feels as if Biden never was there. It feels like Biden really never was there. That's not a random person. That's a paid actor. So you believe that, like what Nicole was saying, that black woman that Trump was offering a job to, Will G says he believed that that's a paid actor, like he staged, like he Well, he said that's a paid actor like the bullshit stage thing he did on the campaign at the chicken joint. Yeah, didn't he get out the presidential limo in the hood in Atlanta and walk amongst a crowd and let some black folks take a picture with him? Did he do that? Because it made big news among MAGA circles. That bullshit at the barbershop in the Bronx was staged too. I don't know. Is it not possible that Trump could actually speak to some black folks and just do it genuinely? Is every time he speaks to black folks, does it always have to be bullshit? Evil Major Super Blue says, he's walking through the community at McDonald's making people sick. He has had COVID. What did he say? He had COVID. A geneticist walking around. Well, I mean, Trump was really defiant against wearing masks and shit during COVID. That was his motto when he was getting prosecuted. If they will do it to me, they will do it to you. Now he is in a position to do anything to anyone. That is true. That was his motto, is that they're not after me. They're after you. I'm just in the way. That is what he used to say. Now he is in position to be in the title of they. That is true. He is the one that now can do that. Let me go back to the box. I'm Top Dog. Good evening or welcome to the program, Top Dog. You got an echo.
What's up, Tim?
I'm doing good. Are you on Bluetooth?
No, I'm not.
Got an echo.
All right, let's go to a different room. Let me see
Okay.
that. Got hot ceilings.
All right, we'll give it a minute. I don't think it's high ceilings. I think it's your electronics.
What about now?
Let me see. Yeah, it's still there, and I'm not going to be able to chat with you because I'm hearing myself coming back.
All right, well, just drop me in. It's all good, Tim.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, it really sucks. Sometimes if you're on Bluetooth, that's why I asked him that. I don't know what causes that. Other than sometimes maybe you have to reset the app or something, but it's impossible to have a conversation when you're literally hearing yourself come back. So Top Dog, I do apologize. If you come back up, I'll try to bring you in, but until then, we'll go straight to the abuse I'm about to take with this, but we'll go ahead and I'm a stickler for punishment. King Finn, good afternoon, or good evening rather, wrong time of day, good evening.
You out here fluffing this late hour on Friday, man.
Where's the fluffing? I don't get it, where's the love?
Hashtag stop the fluffing and stop the fluffing. Hashtag stop the fluffing, man. That last lady you had called, you know damn well she was right. Trump is one of the worst damn presidents. Now, I wouldn't say he's the worst, because I agree with you. There are a lot of presidents who have done some more fucked up shit, but Trump is right along line of that shit. He's right in the cut.
Hold on, let me read this comment. I don't know about, but I think there's probably at least 10 of them that's worse than him. But let me just say this. Chance in the comments said that's good in regards to dropping my last call. He said, I'm tired of hearing all these uneducated black people coming on your show. Tim, please, can some white people with sense call for a change? Well, Chance, real quick, if you are a Caucasian with sense, come on over to TikTok or Instagram. I'll bring you up. I can't make folks call in that happen to be Caucasian. Fact is, when the show begins to be critical of Trump, MAGA often runs off in the distance. It ain't that I'm trying to just bash Trump. I'll give MAGA plenty of time to speak their point. You hear when MAGA Reacts comes on, but it ain't that I'm just picking black folks. Go ahead, King Finn.
No, it's okay. I mean, they want to be brainwashed. I say let them talk. Let them get all that ignorant, racist shit off their chest for the day so that they don't get their ass whooped by some big black dude the next day.
Where are you hearing all this? Are you just like my last caller? Are you suggesting that you can't be MAGA without being racist?
No, I'm suggesting that most of MAGA is racist. That's not a suggestion. That's a fact.
Most of MAGA.
Most of MAGA is racist. It's not that MAGA is racist. It's just that most of them are. It's a fucking fact. That's not an opinion. Show me a difference. When did all these Karens start? When did all these so-called Karens start jumping out of the motherfucking field? When MAGA came up. You didn't hear none of this shit. We had crushed this shit so far. White people were scared to say shit to black people because we started slapping the shit out their ass after the civil rights movement. Now all of a sudden Trump get back in office. Oh my God! Now these motherfuckers feel like they can say whatever the fuck they want to. Please test me. Let me be the one to slap the shit out your ass.
But you do support free speech, right?
Yeah, I do. As long as you understand that your free speech has fucking consequences.
Yeah.
don't come free speech me and say some stupid shit and get your shit slapped out.
He said, don't come free speech me. Well, what if, I'm going to ask you, what have you seen from MAGA? Now, this might be a crazy question to some of my viewers, but I'm going to ask you because you said it. What have you seen from MAGA to indicate that leads you to believe most of them are racist? What have you seen from MAGA to make you say that?
I mean, the Confederate flag coming back, even though they bullshit around and say, oh yeah, it's part of our history. You okay with lobbing up a flag of some losing motherfuckers who got their ass kicked? But y'all steadily want to throw that flag up in motherfuckers' faces. Oh, it's because we just want to make sure our history. Other than the other bigger facts, let's see. Get rid of CRT, critical race theory, which is bullshit in the first place. I don't know. Most of them want to run around and talk shit to black people. I don't know. It's really funny how MAGA, all the Proud Boys, the Nazis that support MAGA and all that bullshit on. I'm sorry. It's a lot of fucking evidence to show that MAGA's really fucking racist.
Well,
am I lying?
I mean,
am I lying?
well, I mean, the thing about it is when you start talking Nazis and things like that, there's no way to prove that they're voting for Trump.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this. Did you see that shit happening before the MAGA movement started?
Not anywhere to this, not to this frequency, not as much.
Right. Okay. So walk like a duck, talk like a duck, probably a motherfucking duck. Okay. You're not gonna tell me I'm not black. If you see me walking down the street, you're not gonna tell me I'm not a black heavyset male, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie to you and say if I see a motherfucker running with a Confederate flag and some schmatzy shit on, that he's not fucking MAGA.
Well, I was told since the Democrat, and I'm going to push back, and I already know how you're going to respond to this, but I was told since the Democrat Party was a party of slavery in the Confederate South, that the people you see in might be Democrats. Maybe the guy with the schmatzy flag might be a Democrat.
And you know what I'm about to say, right? Stop the fucking fluffing. Let's stop now. We all know that there was a change in the fucking party. We all know what the fuck happened. They
Jessica, thank you.
To blame it on the Democratic Party, but the bullshit just don't stop. I'm sorry. Keep that shit. I don't want to hear it.
Well, but let's be clear. The Democrat Party was the party of slavery. Am I correct?
Yeah, they were. Yep, right. I agree with that. But did we not see a change? Was there not a change? Because now they're saying that we can't be socialists and racist at the same time, can we? Can't want to help everybody but hate a race at the same time, can you? That's not early impossible.
That does sound a bit challenging, yes. Jessica,
it's
thank you.
Very challenging.
That would be a bit challenging.
Democrats are the party of save the fucking baby. The Republicans are the party of fuck that.
Damn. Damn. But what about the notion that so many African Americans we know he pardoned Lil Wayne and Kodak Black, and I mean, you got the Mike Tysons that are affiliated with him. I mean, there's a lot of black people that love Trump.
Both of them paid that man money to get those pardons. You really believe Trump wouldn't pardon Kodak Black little ugly ass and Lil Wayne ass with nothing? He didn't pardon them dudes for nothing. He pardoned them dudes to get the black vote. Come on, man. To do exactly what you just said. To create a different persona.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Is a guy in a position where he can't do a damn thing right? If he doesn't do anything for blacks, he's racist. If he does something for blacks, then he's pandering to get the vote. I mean, like, are we in a position where we can't give him credit at all?
It would be different. It would be way different if we didn't know and see that that's pandering, and then he didn't turn around and do something horrible for black people. If he had pardoned Lil Wayne and pardoned Kodak Black, and then did more great things, actually good things that have an actual lasting effect on
like donate, like making sure millions of dollars are allocated to HBCUs. Is that?
You know that's a damn lie. You know that's a lie. You know that's a lie, right?
How?
You realize that, right? That is a lie. He never funded that shit. To this day, TSU is owed almost $11 billion. What are you talking about? Come on, man.
You're saying that under Trump's first term, no money at all was allocated to HBCUs.
Where's the evidence?
I mean, I thought the HBCUs themselves admitted it.
No, they didn't. Nope, didn't see that. I want to see the evidence. Where's the bank books? Let me see. Where that money at? Where that?
Well,
Because HBCUs now, he's trying to cut Harvard and the Ivy League schools. So what's the difference?
well, the Harvard thing
I'm
is,
for everybody now.
yeah, the Harvard thing is based on their alleged DEI policy. So that's he's going with the.
That's another thing.
And
That's
that-
another racist thing, which really fucking kills me because I find it hilarious that DEI is really actually used more by white women than it is black people. But as soon as you hear DEI, everybody swear to God it's a black thing.
But what about, okay, when you're suggesting that Trump is racist and MAGA's racist, is he not attempting to defend Jewish students from anti-Semitism on campuses like Columbus and things like that? Is he not defending the Jews from being mistreated?
That right there is a sticky topic because you could say he's trying to defend Jewish students, but see, here's the problem. There's still a problem with that whole idea.
What do you mean?
I mean, here's my thing. With that whole Israel and Palestine thing, you can't exactly do either one. You would kind of have to sit to the side because HMAS, the peoples,
Yeah.
all of them ain't Palestinians. That doesn't cover the whole race. You can't just say every Palestine person, every Palestinian is HMAS, because that's not true. Now, are some of them? Yes. But that's not true to say all of them are, and that shit is wrong.
Yeah, but even I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that they're getting in the face of Jewish students at universities in this country, blaming them for what's happening in Israel, and the university is doing little to nothing to protect the safety of these students. Trump, on the other hand, is going after the schools and demanding they protect their Jewish students. Is that not something Trump should get credit for? Remember, he's racist. He's defending Jews. Does he not get credit for that?
I don't think he get any credit for none of that shit. I don't, because he's partly part of the problem. So is Biden. I didn't appreciate Biden sending Israel that money neither, because what needs to happen is we need to go over there, sit the motherfuckers down, and make them work that shit out. If we're gonna get in it, if we're gonna jump in their business, which America is fucking great at doing. Over the years, we've done that shit plenty of times, which we shouldn't have. If we're gonna do that, we need to go over there, sit them down, and fix the fucking problems.
I don't think that, I mean, it's just like trying to sit down Zelensky and Putin at this point. Netanyahu, just like Putin, has committed so many war crimes. I don't think you could ever sit them two down. I mean, what Netanyahu is doing is akin to like Slobodan Milosevic. I mean, the genocide is real. I mean, I heard about it under Biden, but I've been following it a lot more over the last few months. It's bad. I mean, yeah, I think that he literally is trying to rid the world of Palestinians. It's bad.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's real
It's
bad.
not okay. For me, I'm like, you need to protect both sides, because somewhere along the line, we got shit twisted where we just instantly think that one race of people is something that they're not. You know what I'm saying? That's not really fair to the Palestinians. All of them didn't have shit to do with what HMAS did. Did they? No. But Israel is 100%. Netanyahu's 100% down for what the fuck he's doing right now. And that's just way fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any defense for what Netanyahu's doing. I mean, I get October 7th was awful, one of their worst days in history, but Netanyahu and the Israelis have they've went way beyond self-defense at this point. Now it's just indiscriminate killing. I mean, what they did to them on October 7th, I think they took out 1,000 of them or whatever. They've gotten revenge times 100 for what happened to them on October 7th.
It's no longer revenge, it's fucking genocide.
Yeah, it's just genocide. I mean, I don't have any defense for that. I mean, like I said, I follow it every day, and every single day they're killing people. No one on the Israeli side is taking any casualties. They're not even firing at them. They're just sitting around trying to figure out how to live through the rubble and find something to eat. And the Israelis are just blowing that up. So,
Trump will go over there and be able to try to fix that fucking problem instead of trying to make it a damn, what do you call it, the Gaza Riviera, Middle Eastern Riviera, instead of making plans to fuck it all up and then do something else, some ignorant shit, some ignorant American shit, then maybe he gets some credit. But that I can't give him no credit for that. It's like I can't give him no credit for if you fuck something up. I can't give you credit for fixing it. You fucked it up.
Well, in regards to what's going on in Gaza, and as you say, the Riviera of the Middle East, we're complacent in that. So I mean, yeah, he's not going to fix what's happening in the Middle East because we're on the side of Netanyahu. We're taking sides in that. Unlike in the Ukraine, well, we took the side of Ukraine as well, but we're a little bit more hands off in the Ukraine-Russian war than we are in the Israeli Palestine conflict. We're involved in that. I mean, we're actively helping Netanyahu bomb people and shit like that. We're deep in that.
Which everybody crying about helping out the Ukraine. We just sent them people some weapons. It ain't like we sending people money.
Yeah.
We sending them the old shit too. And if it wasn't for the fact that Putin jumped in his little tank and sent some motherfuckers to try to get Crimea and the Ukraine back, none of that shit would be happening. So Trump can definitely miss me with that bullshit again. A situation where you fuck something up, you don't get credit for trying to fix it. Sorry, I can't give him that.
All right, I tried. I gave it my all. I tried.
Like I said, hashtag stop the fluffing, bro.
All right, King. I appreciate you coming on. I saw you in the comments. Thanks for holding. I had to bring you up. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Always. All right, moving on with the program. When he said stop the fluffing, I didn't know what that was until I started doing this show. Apparently a fluffer, for some of you folks who may not be aware of what it is, in the adult film industry, sometimes the male performers are not able to perform, maybe due to lack of blood flow to certain parts of the body. To get the male performer back into the game, sometimes somebody else has to assist a little bit. And that's called a fluffer. I had never heard of this before. All of a sudden now when I support Trump or when I give Trump credit for something, a lot of my liberal viewers refer to me as a fluffer. I'm not holding up anybody's dick, but that's what I get called. I get told. Anyway, looking in the comments real quick. Jews are not being mistreated. Oh my God, says Joe D. The ones in America are. I disagree with that, Joe, and thank you for your support. But if you are in America and you're on a college campus and people are fucking with you because of what your country is doing, you're being mistreated. No different than right now as an American, I would be hesitant to leave this country because we're treating a lot of other countries like shit. And an American citizen might not be safe in a host of places right now. I don't even know if you'd be safe walking the streets of Toronto in some places, especially if you go in a bar or somewhere. You're hanging out, you go for a drink, you might be around some patrons that are a little bit tipsy. I don't know. I wouldn't advise Americans to go anywhere without an extreme amount of caution. And I'm talking about places where you used to feel comfortable going. Trump has really fucked it up. I mean, you want to go hang out in Greenland right now? Probably not. Probably not. Like I said, Canada, I would not recommend going to, especially if you get off the beaten path. You know, they had backwoods and hillbillies and hicks out there as well. I wouldn't advise being out there right now. America has really done some horrible shit to Canada. And there's a host of other countries like that. I mean, throughout Europe, I mean, everything from talking about disbanding NATO to suggesting that every country in the world is taking advantage of us. Trump has said some really bad shit about people. So it is what it is. Funny comment. You certainly need more coffee, says breaking news. Trump is expected to rename the San Andreas fault to Biden's fault. Hey, funny, very funny. All right, let me move on with the program. That definitely sounds like a bit of onion humor, but with Trump, you just never know. Let me go back to the box. Instagram, Sherbert. Good evening, welcome to the program. Sherbert, Trump naming the San Andreas fault to it's Biden's fault. Sherbert, thank you for holding. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to get Bluetooth off.
Okay, I'll give him a moment. After all, not making it, what it says, after all of that, making a choice of what side you belong on, isn't there a thought to his wrong? I don't quite get what you're saying there. I think it says Shell. After all, not making a choice of what side you belong on, isn't there a thought to his wrong? Explain that in a little bit more detail. Sherbert, good evening.
Howdy, Tim. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Glad to hear.
Okay.
You've had a lot of, well, it's mostly just MAGA React. But you were definitely fluffing for some of those when you know somebody lying about some shit and you're just letting them go on and on and on.
Give me an example of someone that was lying and I allowed them to continue.
Well, no, it was when you were lying about that was, oh, Trump's term, yeah, that was a good success. And then I typed in there, oh yeah, the Muslim ban.
Wait.
Definitely did some horrible shit in his first term. It's just we didn't think that was like, oh, he's just trying. It's not too bad.
I mean, someone
tried to be a fucked up president.
Some would suggest that Biden standing by Israel did some fucked up shit this first time. I mean, but overall, Trump's
I don't agree with Israel.
right. But overall, Trump's first term was a success.
He still tried to do the same amount of bullshit. It's just he had people that would stop him at every turn because they knew it was illegal. Now he's got all the yes men in there. But just because they didn't let him do it doesn't mean he was successful. He didn't do anything to help anyone except for the tax cuts for only the rich people.
I don't know the jobs numbers. I mean, because as he often points out, even in the black community, the jobs numbers, the unemployment rate went down. He helped out. I think his first term was successful. He's the reason He is the reason we have Operation Warp Speed, which many would attribute to saving millions of lives. You don't give him credit for that?
I'll give him credit for that one.
All right.
For sure.
So
the rest of his whole first term and how he handled the pandemic, utter failure.
He wasn't perfect, but I think overall, if you take away January 6th and probably the pandemic, he did a good job. He did a decent job if you take those two away. I mean, obviously, January 6th is inexcusable. In my opinion, January 6th should have disqualified him from any further progress, but others disagree. But January 6th and the way he handled the pandemic, I think, are probably his two biggest downfalls. And I do believe that historically, those are the two things that'll probably stand out in his presidential career more than anything.
They are really the most illegal thing you could do.
Yeah.
Well, at least with January 6th. He literally tried to take over the presidency when he did not win. And it was a three-pronged attempt. It was not just the riot. It was Mike Pence and it was the false electors. And then, he had one other advisor saying it was the Michigan sweep or something along those lines. The Green Bay sweep. Dave Navarro. And they just said it. They just admitted that that's what they were trying to do. And everyone just said, yeah, I like Trump. He could do no wrong.
Yeah.
Fuck those people. He tried to take over the government. He's destroying it now by getting rid of Medicaid. Oh, that was another thing you were fluffing on. Motherfucker. When you said, oh, but he said he's not going to go after Medicaid and Medicare. He's not going to touch entitlements.
He did say that.
Are you kidding me? But then the budget bill comes out, and it's exactly, the cut is exactly what we pay for Medicaid. There's an $800 and something billion cut for along the Health and Human Services, and it's exactly the amount that we pay for Social Security and health care, or Medicaid and Medicare.
I gotta plead.
They're doing it in the open. They're just not saying that's what the cut is for. When you cut the entire $1 trillion budget by $800 billion, you're cutting Medicaid. Stop fluffing with that, Tim.
I gotta plead ignorance on that. I was not aware of that. And I see in the comments a lot of folks are agreeing with you. I was not aware of that. So
it's real easy when they put up that budget bill. Same way they're going after all of the Project 2025 things, and they're just putting it into all the subtext in the bills. They are saying they're not cutting it because, yes, they're not cutting the department. But when you cut 99% of the budget, You've killed it. The same thing with the U.S. aid, and they shuttered the building literally a week after. They're killing Medicaid. So I'm really fucking tired of this fluffing from all these ignorant ass people, and unfortunately, in this moment, that includes you.
So what? I mean, if what you're saying is,
see it.
huh?
They're doing it in the open. Just all MAGA reacts and DJ Julios don't want to see it. They're hateful fucking people.
But if what you're saying is true, what is he trying to do? Create a whole class of impoverished people or something?
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's a billionaire. He wants to destroy Gaza and put up the Riviera. Do you think he cares?
Yeah, he did say that.
He's never shown me he cares about anybody. And then the whole Chick-fil-A thing. Oh, you met up with some black people. Oh, were all staged events. They were all the same goddamn lady in several of these. And black people love Trump.
I knew somebody.
His interns.
I was wondering when somebody was going to say that, because I did hear that that woman was around. I was wondering when somebody was going to point that out. You're the first person to say that.
She was one of his interns. Yeah. Or no, it was Turning Point's interns. You know, Charlie Kirk, the cuck for fucking Trump. God, I hate these people.
But the woman he offered a job to, she wasn't an intern.
I don't know anything about her, but it sure felt really staged within that clip that you showed. So I can't say either way, but Tim, do you watch the Midas Touch?
Sometimes. On YouTube, yeah, I watch this program sometimes.
I got a lot of my information about the budget bills from them and a lot of these other things that are really sneaky, but because they're lawyers, they actually can read past the bullshit press conference and go into what they're actually truly saying in their bills. You know, the things that actually matter, the things that affect you and me, they read into those because they actually handle the law. And so they're a pretty good source. I would really hope MAGA Reacts and DJ Julios and everything.
They're not going to read that shit.
They're not going to agree with anything in there. But they might actually get some facts. And so I'm really tired of these people that don't know the facts, and they get really angry when somebody tells them the facts. They want to stand on 10 toes, but then they're standing on the pinky toe.
Well, you know something, and I try to watch some of the programs. I mean, there is obviously there's a hell of a lot of shit on YouTube, and not to mention I'm out there too. And I try to watch some of those programs. I watch a lot of right-wing.
I get it.
Huh?
You got a day job, I get it.
And that's what it is. Well, but think about it, is during my day job, I usually have an earphone in my ear and I'm listening to a lot of those programs, but it's just a lot of shit out there. I'll watch clips if I can, but there's a lot going on, and even during my day job, I make clips during the day too. So it's a lot going on. But
the person you might listen to is a streamer called Destiny. He's got some, shady past and some legal problems. But generally, when it comes into actually looking up what people are saying, he goes straight to the court documents. He doesn't go with what the press conference says. Looks into exactly what the charging documents are. And so I would highly suggest several of your listeners check out a lot of Destiny's debates.
Send me a link. Send me a link. I like to see who this person is. Send me a link.
Yeah, I'll send it on your Instagram when I get done here.
Okay. So I'm assuming, because my original question was, do you trust your government? I'm assuming your answer is no.
Right now, no. I would say I had 75% trust with Biden and Obama. Maybe 60% with Trump's first term, and 20% right now.
Damn, that low. That fucking low.
Now, you can't trust everybody on everything, but when people are showing who they are and lying to you in every possible turn, well, I can't trust you. I'm sorry. You won't bring back a guy that the 9-0 Supreme Court said to bring back. And if you won't do that, how am I going to trust you on anything? Like, how often have you ever heard of a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling?
That's a good point.
I've heard of maybe 2, and even then I'm not sure about that.
That's it. 9-0 is impressive. That is a good point. You don't normally hear, certainly with a Clarence Thomas, you got Clarence Thomas on one end and Najee Brown on the other. You don't normally hear nothing that's that diverse come at 9-0. So, yeah, it's pretty clear that they think he was very wrong.
They're still talking bullshit. They're still slow walking after a 9-0? What is happening here, Tim? I'm tired of these fucking idiots.
Right.
And they may say, I'm just trying to use common sense. No, you're trying to be hateful. That's pretty damn clear.
So what do you do to if for some reason if the Supreme Court tells Trump to do something and he decides to not do it, what else is there?
I really don't want to say this, and so giant grain of salt. We're heading to civil war. If it keeps going this way, there's no way around it. If you're going to be a blatant dictator and start sending American citizens off to El Salvador, I know that it might have happened, but when people are getting constantly black bagged here, which I think will happen in 6 months, there's no way around it. There's no system. The framers didn't expect a dictator get past all the checks and balances. I don't know what we do, Tim, but I don't want to do that. I fucking hate that idea, but what else are we going to do?
You know, that I haven't covered that in any of my shows, but man, I'm driving home from work today and I thought about the same thing. I agree with you that once we give him the power to start, I mean, because he's talking about using enemy combatant, referring to members of the cartel within this country as enemy combatants. He's already talked about deporting American homegrown criminals to, you know, El Salvador. El Salvador is going to take whoever we send. We're paying them $20,000 per person. You can send them a white woman and they'll gladly, hey, whatever you send me, I got you. It's 20 grand. You know, just let me know. I'll keep building space as long as you keep sending $20,000 checks. So El Salvador is going to take anybody that goes down there. They don't care. They're kind of like a incarceration mercenary farm or some shit like that. They'll take whatever. So the thing about it is, we've given him the power that once he deems someone as member of the MS or Trinidad or whatever, that person no longer deserves due process. So if he was to tell MAGA, for instance, that I'm a member, I'm running drugs for Trinidad or MS, they're going to believe that. So even as a citizen, I don't deserve due process, and there's no MAGA going to fight on my behalf. So on television, me getting off the plane with my head being forced into my dick area, they're going to be okay with that. I mean, look, hey, he was a gang member. So, yeah, so the problem is it does give the Trump administration the power to disappear people. Because once you go down there, you don't get a phone call. As far as your family is concerned, you're the equivalent of somebody who died. Because you just disappear. You're not calling them. They can't come see you. They don't get any update on your health or anything. It's as if you just... Because that's how Kilmer Abrego Garcia, until the liberal politicians went down there, he was just dead as far as his wife was wondering, was he still alive? He was just dead. So... is it possible it could happen under Trump? I'm in the category of you damn right at this point. I don't see any reason to think otherwise.
So, Tim, we got all this. We got the inability to actually do anything about it. And then what really is pissing me off more than anything right now is RFK with HHS. And
Mr. Measles?
Yeah, Mr. Measles. And so he's getting rid of the FDA. He's getting rid of all of the departments that actually keep us safe. And so when you can't trust your food, you can't trust your drugs, you can't trust the drinking water, and then you can't trust not to get black bagged and sent to another country, I don't know what else we're going to do. Because the normal checks and balances that all of these MAGAs are fighting against are the things that actually kept us America.
Yeah.
If you don't like that, you just are privileged and want to have more privilege. It's really pissing me off. I'm a nice guy, and I threatened to punch MAGA Reacts in the face the other day. 99% of my life, I would never suggest that. But that guy pisses me off so much with how ignorant he is. And willfully ignorant, because we talk about the same things every, 2 days here on here. And he never learns. He never has any other compassion.
Well,
he just says, fuck him. Doesn't have anything to do with me.
I think that he is speaking from a standpoint of how MAGA feels. I think that that's the mindset.
That's why I hate MAGA, because they have no compassion. They voted for hate. I voted for his policies. Yeah, you voted to kill people in the Rio Grande. Yeah, you voted to have people sent off to El Salvador. Yeah, you voted to have people who are going to protest a small thing get shot by a cop, and no one's going to say shit. Fuck Ashley Babbitt for trying to crawl through in front of a riot and get shot in the fucking head because she couldn't not try and attack senators. But then that's going to happen to us when Trump had that stupid photo shoot in front of the church. And I remember hearing about reporters getting shot in the eye with a rubber bullet, losing their eyes, people getting tear gassed all over the place. But Ashley Babbitt's the saint. She should get $30 million because she was trying to kill senators.
Well, we don't have any proof that she was trying to actually take somebody's life.
Oh, you fucking motherfucker.
We don't.
Shooting through the window with a mob behind her. You think she wasn't trying to kill people?
She just wanted answers on the election.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna stand around him in a polite little circle around all these people and go, yeah, you have any of the answers we've been asking about that was seen by the judges and they all said it was all horse shit? Do you have anything, senators, that don't really have...
I don't know what just happened. I think my Instagram just timed out because they don't normally get banned on Instagram. He wasn't saying anything that was that significant, but my Instagram timed out. Oh shit. Okay, so we'll move on. Are you serious? Says Chris. Serious in what way? Let me know. What did I say, or what are you referring to? Nothing has changed for me to change my mind or position. It has. MAGA reacts, yes, it absolutely has. You're saying nothing has changed for you to change your mind or your position. Yeah, it has, and I'm going to tell you why I say that. What Trump is doing right now is not what Trump ran on. So when you say nothing has changed for you to change your mind, in other words, I voted for Trump, and he hasn't done anything for me to rethink my vote. The reason why I'm pushing back is your vote is going to follow Trump no matter what he does. If Trump says we need to impose a tariff on China because the trade imbalance is unfair, and then the next day he says, we need to not impose tariffs on China because it would hurt the American economy, you're going to be with him no matter what issue he's with. You're going to follow him through all of that. So when you say nothing has changed for you to change your mind, fact is, you're going to follow Trump, no matter what his opinion is. If he says that the Ukraine started the war and Russia's the good guy, that's going to be your sentiment. If tomorrow he's talking about backing up the Ukraine and criticizing Russia, your sentiment is going to change right along with that. So yeah, when you say that nothing has happened to make you change your mind, it's because you're gonna switch with Trump no matter where he's at. Sean Herbert, sorry to get the live ended. You didn't get it ended. I think it just timed out. For some reason, Instagram times things out. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. I just didn't start it back up, but it wasn't you. But yeah, at the end of the day, most Trump supporters are going to change with Trump. As his policies change, as he changes position, most MAGA are going to change with him. They're not going to say, why are you doing this today when you were doing the opposite yesterday? They're just going to change with him. He imposed he imposed a tariff on every country damn near on the planet. MAGA thought that was a great idea. He got on television and was asked, are you going to suspend these tariffs for 90 days? Because the stock market is tanking. The Dow looks like shit. He said no. MAGA said, we're doing what's right, stay the course. The next day, he actually went back on his word and actually imposed a 90-day suspension of the tariffs. MAGA changed right along with him. No criticism at all. So when you say, he hasn't done anything for you to change your opinion, yeah, because your opinion is going to keep changing with him. No matter what he does, you're going to follow him. So I get it. I mean, he's flip-flopped on all sorts of shit. And you just follow him through it. So he's never going to do anything that is worthy of you saying he's doing the wrong thing, because whatever he does, you're okay with it. I guarantee MAGA, Republicans, conservatives would not have been okay with any person talking about sending American criminals to a foreign country to be in prison. Trump talks about doing it, and all of a sudden now there's not a lot of criticism. You would have went insane if we went insane over Obama using a drone to take the life of an American that went to the Middle East and started fighting against American soldiers on behalf of ISIS. And we accused Obama of going too far in regards to taking the life of somebody that was clearly trying to kill Americans. But yet we're okay with this stuff? This stuff is way more off the cuff than what Obama did with it. By the way, if you went to fight on behalf of the enemy and Trump drones you, MAGA would be celebrating that shit. But because it was Obama, they had criticism of it. Speaking to Elon Musk on Monday, the former president told the ex-owner, if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, will be the next time. So you're telling me they weren't considering going to Venezuela? Out of all the countries, why Venezuela? We're not even friends with Venezuela. Even under the Trump administration, we're not friends with that government. In fact, we're pissing off the Venezuelans because we're sending their citizens to El Salvador to be put in prison. That seems weird. So you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela. I don't want shit to do with Venezuela. In fact, they are currently operated by a government that we don't even recognize. Apparently the current leader of Venezuela stole the election, or some kind of coup or something that took place down there. We don't even recognize the leadership in Venezuela right now. So I certainly don't want to go there. We'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place than our country. Maybe as a black person, this is where you get a little bit of black privilege. This is where being a black man may help you. Because right now, the sentiment towards Americans is not good because of the way we've been treating everybody like shit. But I think most people around the world know that the American government don't treat black people very well either, if you listen to the mindset of black people. So they know that no matter how bad the American government is treating other countries, chances are the black people in that country ain't got shit to do with it, because they kind of doing them like that too. And I'm saying that not, playing racial victim or none of that shit. I'm saying it because our movies and television is shown around the world. We are one of the biggest exporters of entertainment. When I moved to Australia, that was one of the things. I was looking for some Australian program. Most of Australian TV is Law and Order and Cops at the time I was over there. It was all American programming. They have a few shows, but I would say about 80% of the shit that come on TV in Australia is coming from over here. We're one of the biggest exporters of entertainment. And our entertainment is loaded with shows featuring black people talking about how bad the cops are and all of that shit. In fact, any show featuring black people from Sanford and Son on up has had at least one episode dedicated to the police mistreating one of the cast members. Just about every show from Good Times on up. If it's a black show, Family Matters, the dad was a cop, and they even had an episode. So that shit gets transmitted around the world. So there's no secret that in America, there's a perception that the cops and the government don't treat black people right. So yeah, if you're black and you travel internationally, I think you might be at a little bit less risk because they know you probably ain't got nothing to do with what the government is doing. Looking in the comments, I sent you Trump's wanting to flee to Venezuela article on Instagram. Very Vanity Fair. I want to see that. I will look that up because I'm about to wrap it up anyway. I passed out 15 bottles of estrogen today. What are you getting at, Lunar? I don't get that one. For some reason, Trump is always the exception on everything and anything they hold against everyone else. It's a lot of love for Trump. It's a lot of love for Trump. It depends. I'm not against the military force, but how's it how is it conducted makes a difference. Obama targeted U.S. citizen with drone. Trump dropped the Moab on Taliban. I support Trump. And you would support Trump if he actually targeted a U.S. citizen with a drone, too. That's the point I'm making. If an American citizen went to a combat area and was fighting on behalf of the enemy, trying to kill Americans, and Trump droned that person, every Republican in MAGA criticizing Obama for doing that would be celebrating Trump for doing it. It's as simple as that. You can say you wouldn't. I'm going to say with confidence that you're lying. If Trump took the life of an American that was trying to take the life of other American service personnel, you would be happy he used a drone to take that person's life. You would be giving him credit for that. If you're denying that, while at the same time not saying a damn thing about him talking about sending homegrown criminals to El Salvador, then you're lying. You're okay with this man sending Americans to a prison in a foreign country, but we don't want you droning an enemy combatant that's trying to kill other Americans. That makes no sense at all. If Trump did what Obama did, you would be celebrating him. And I see the comments, someone said, of course they will. Yeah, I mean, and I would be okay with that as well, by the way. Look, once you go to a foreign country where we're at war, and you take up arms against Americans, you kind of are asking for it. In my opinion, you deserve to be taken out. You're literally trying to take their lives. At that point, it's just self-defense. It don't change because you're doing it in another country. If you, as an American citizen, go to a naval base in San Diego, and you walk up to the base and you're trying to take the life of an American service personnel, they're going to kill you. But if you go to the Middle East and do it, you're supposed to get some kind of mercy. Self-defense is self-defense. It don't change because you're doing it in a foreign country. So the idea that they're blaming Obama for that, to me, just looks like Obama derangement syndrome. You know damn well you'd be in favor of that if Trump did it. That's just finding something to be pissed off. Stick with the damn tan suit. Or the notion that he wasn't wearing a flag lapel. But defending U.S. service personnel is wrong? Nah, I can't buy that one. I think that's going a bit too far. Anyhow, I do appreciate I didn't ask a lot of tapping on the screen tonight, but I will say I do appreciate whatever number is up there, 51,000. Thank you for doing so. Sure, clockwork, whatever you think. I don't know what you mean by that. Tim, come on, what if questions. That ain't a what if. I think the idea that you're going to criticize Obama for using a drone against somebody that was trying to kill Americans is insane. What do you expect him to do? If the guy is taking up arms with ISIS and he's trying to take out other Americans, if Obama doesn't use lethal force, what are you expecting? You expect him to put a team on the ground, try to go and handcuff the guy, risking all of their lives in the process? This guy doesn't deserve mercy. You believe an illegal immigrant doesn't deserve anything, not even due process, but you want to give an American citizen that's trying to kill other Americans all of these breaks. Where the hell did that come from? I can't even refuse to give my ID to the cops without you saying I deserve to get my ass beat. But you're okay with it. That's stupid. I'm going to end the program. That is stupid to defend that. That's all I'm saying. I don't like to talk down to my guests, but criticizing Obama for taking out somebody that's actively trying to kill American service personnel, that's stupid. That's just criticizing Obama for the sake of doing it. It is your boy, Tim, the handsome liberal. Appreciate the 51,000. By the way, if you enjoy the dialogue, we do love to bring MAGA on when MAGA comes through. Just not today, but MAGA is always welcome on the program. If you enjoy open dialogue, follow the program if you're on TikTok. Follow Handsome Liberal on Instagram. A subscription on YouTube, if you will. Until then, I'll see you folks tomorrow. Have a good night. Defending someone that's actively trying to kill Americans. I've heard it all.